Right. So as we're gathering, if you'd be so kind to type your name and your affiliation in the chat, that's kind of our virtual sign-in sheet. Make sure that we know who's here and that we spell your name and your organization's name correctly. We record all of our committee meetings here at the HAB. So know that there's both a transcript and a recording of this meeting. And the recording will be, there's a little processing that Josh does with HMIS, and it ends up out on the Hanford.gov website. So if you want to recap, you can have it that way, as well as the meeting minutes that we take. So it looks like we've got at least one person on the phone. Would you like to let us know who you are, 8217?
It's Simone Manter.
Hello, Simone. Glad to have you with us.
Hi.
I will check in with you periodically because I can't see when you're waving your hand and wanting to jump in and talk. So it's not meant to put you on the spot. It's meant to engage you if you have something to say.
Thank you.
*6 will get you off of mute. If I have to mute everybody, *6 is the magic thing to get off mute with the phone. So, Gary, are you being Stan Branch today?
Yes, I am.
Well, let's get this party underway.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. Gary Younger, the Assistant Deputy Designated Federal Officer or whatever, with a title about that long and growing at times. Want to welcome you to today's meeting, and of course, we're looking forward to the discussion as we look for advice on some specific EM issues such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear materials management and disposition, excess facilities, future land use and long-term stewardship, risk management and communications, and of course, always looking forward to the discussion. And that's all I have. Thanks. Now, Tom, to you.
Hey, everybody. So I guess we have a couple bits of agenda to take care of, one of which is adoption of past committee meeting minutes. Everybody have a chance to look those over? And did anybody have any edits or corrections to make?
They looked like this. Huh?
There they are.
I'm not hearing anything. We didn't get anything.
Okay. Well, without objection, let's go ahead and adopt those. Get that out of the way. Unless speak now or forever hold your peace, or send an email and we can get it fixed later. Okay. I had the agenda open and I seem to have lost it. There it is. Okay. So I guess the next step is announcements, and I put together a rap sheet for this meeting like I did for last one, and then the agenda changed. So the rap sheet you'll see is geared towards a joint meeting with RAP and tanks, but there are some topics of interest that you might want to take a look at if you are looking for a good reference, or if you have a specific interest in groundwater. There's some big documents that dropped in the last quarter on the administrative record. There is the first sort of public facing pictures that came out of the cumulative impact evaluation, the CIE, which gives sort of one visualization of what groundwater might look like if No work other than what has already been put in a record of decision is done on the Central Plateau. There was a big document that dropped about how to dispose of the cesium and strontium capsules eventually. So it looks at all of the different classifications they might be and what disposal for each of those classifications would be. It's an interesting document. And then on the second page, sort of buried in the one-liners, is it looks like a final version of the 5-year circular review, but I've been told that it is not. It's still a draft, even though on the administrative record it isn't marked as such. And the 5-year circular review is sort of a summary of all of the records of decision on the site and where they stand and how progress is going. If you have any questions or interest in different areas of the site, it's a really good document to start with. It's well written, easy to follow, and it's searchable. And there's a really good description of the carbon tetrachloride issues on the Central Plateau and the status of those in there as well. So running a little ahead of schedule, but that's all the real announcements and covering of the rap sheet. There's a bunch of stuff about tank farm stuff, which I guess eventually we'll have a joint meeting and we can talk about those. But appreciate getting the agendas fixed last minute and getting them out. It's a success to have this meeting.
Steve Wigman.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Tom for putting this rap sheet together. It's a great set of references, and I think it's a real value to all of us.
Thanks. I'm always scouting the administrative record, and I get lost, so I keep notes, and I figured I'd just publish the notes.
I don't even have a scanner anymore, so you're my scanner.
Okay, well, we've approved the minutes. We've done announcements. Is it possible to start the K East discussion early, or is there anything we can do for 8 minutes?
Well, Kelly, it looks like you're here with us. Is that true?
Yes, it is. I'm prepared if you're ready.
Right.
Excellent. Well, want to welcome Kelly to discuss the 100K East Reactor Interim Safe Storage Project.
Well, thank you for having me. This is a great opportunity. We've been making a lot of progress out there, so I appreciate being able to give folks an update on this and share some of the photos we have. All right, so my name's Kelly Ebert. I'm with the Department of Energy. I am the Capital Projects Team Supervisor, one of 2 supervisors for the Project and Facilities Division at the Richland Operations Office. Next slide. All right, so what I'm briefing on today, the purpose is to give an update of the K East Reactor Interim Safe Storage Project. And then as far as what are we looking for from the HAB, this is just a status, so no advice is requested as part of this presentation. Next slide, please. All right, so for folks that may not be familiar with this particular project, the K East Reactor, we are working on the interim safe storage for that reactor. So essentially we will be building an enclosure over the reactor, a steel structure with steel siding. And this will be placed in interim safe storage over a period of decades. And what that does is it allows the radiation to dissipate, which will make it until we are able to address the final cleanup effort. So this size right here, this gives you an idea of how large this structure is. 158 feet in length, 151 feet wide, and then 123 feet tall. So quite sizable. And again, it's basically going over the entire reactor structure. Next slide. All right, so this particular photo, as some of you may know, we actually started the excavation and backfill work last fall. This photo is actually more recent. This is in February. At that time is when they completed the backfill and preparation to start the formwork for the actual foundation. Next slide. Okay, and as you can see here, this is actually the rebar for the grade beam, which is the foundation for this structure, along with the formwork here that they placed around it prior to pouring the concrete. And then the photo on the right there, that's actually during one of the concrete pours that was occurring in February, and the foundation completion was actually in the March timeframe. Next slide. So if you're able to go ahead and click on that video, it's a great overview showing the concrete pour for the foundation.
So we're going to run the video off of Josh's computer.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Looking it up.
Is now in place.
All right, let's try the beginning.
The first piece of a very big puzzle is now in place. At sunrise, crews began pouring 24 loads of concrete, 240 yards total, to form the first section of the foundation surrounding the 105K East reactor. This huge chunk of concrete is what anchors the massive steel enclosure, sometimes called a cocoon, that workers will assemble to protect the building while the radioactivity in the reactor core decays over the next several decades. A lot of hard work, but the crew says it's worth it.
This is one of the biggest construction jobs I've ever been on, and it's fun. I'm enjoying myself. It's just great.
This is the first of 4 sections of the 6-foot tall, 6-foot thick foundation that will be poured.
That's a big pour. That's a big pour for the manpower in a grade beam. So there's a lot of planning to this. Many days of looking at prints, going over prints. It takes the whole team to do this. It's the rebar crew, the engineers.
Once our foundation is complete, we'll finish backviewing and we'll start erecting the steel structure. Probably April timeframe. And it's going to be like a giant erector set.
The K East reactor operated from 1955 to 1971. It will be the step of Hanford's 9 former reactors to be placed in interim safe storage.
All right, thank you. Okay, and then as you saw in the video that was showing the concrete pours, they basically did one side of the reactor building at a time. So there was a total of 4 pours during that field work. Here are some additional photos following that after they removed the formwork for the grade beam. So as you can see, they had some additional backfill to perform before we start steel erection. So they backfilled up to the grade beam. And then last week, they were working on the backfill between that concrete grade beam and the structure or the reactor itself. Additional work performed last week was actually some of the additional foundation work, so additional concrete placement for anchors that will be used for bracing to start the vertical steel components, the erection of the steel structure. Last week, we actually also received one of 2 cranes that will be used on site to perform this work. So we received the smaller crane, which will be used to assemble the vertical walls. And then later on in the project, we'll actually get a larger crane for the very sizable roof trusses that will go on top of that steel structure. The second photo on the right is just an additional foundation backfill. So both of these are the grading work that they performed. Next slide. Okay, so the steel fabrication for the structure itself is actually complete, and they have been working on delivering that steel to the site. They expect to have a total of 55 shipments from the fabricator. Right now, we've actually received 15 of 55, and we'll continue to receive those shipments throughout April. Part of this is we have a staging area out there, and we'll receive the steel as we need it in order to continue the erection of the actual structure. And then we are, the last bullet on the last slide was actually just to give you an idea on when we plan to actually start the steel erection. Right now it's scheduled for the week of the 18th. Sometime that week is when we're looking to kick that work off. Next slide. All right, so this is just to kind of cover some of the highlights from the presentation I just provided. Placing the reactor and interim safe storage is a key component of the remaining work we have out there at the 100K. So this will be to complete some of the cleanup along the Columbia River. The steel enclosure is designed to protect the reactor building while the radioactivity in the core decays, as I mentioned, over several decades. And then that allows us, when we do address the final cleanup, it will be safer and easier to perform as far as, less risk to the workers. In K-East Reactor Interim Safe Storage Project, the completion right now is expected to be at the end of this calendar year 2022. So that's what I had for you today. Is there any questions I can answer about this particular project?
So what we usually do is we circle back and check in with EPA and ecology, and then open it up to questions.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Roberto, Ryan.
Hi everyone. Roberto Armijo here from EPA, and also one of the RPMs working with Laura Bulow on this. Thank you, Kelly, for the presentation. Appreciate the updates, and no further questions.
Yeah, I would echo Roberto's comments. I don't really have a lot to add on. I think you did a really fantastic job presenting, and thank you so much for sharing the update on this. We appreciate it.
Right. I have Steve Wigman and Shelley. Steve.
Yes, thank you. Thanks. That's a great briefing. I was just curious about the design of this structure compared to some of the earlier new roofs that were put on reactors. Is this a new design, or what's the difference in philosophy between the roofs that you placed on some of the other reactors and this complete encasement?
Yeah, so there definitely was a change in design. So yes, I'd say this is, you could call it a new design, because the previous reactors, cocooning was what you just stated, which was essentially like a roof structure over top of them, like a shed roof structure. And so this is actually a full enclosure, so it's a little bit different. As far as highlighting the exact differences between the reactors and why that change was done, I don't have those specific details.
Yeah, thank you. One other question was, you said several decades. If I recall right, originally we were thinking 70 years. Is that still the rough time frame we're talking about?
I would have to reference the record of decision. That sounds correct around that amount of time. So it is definitely in the future.
Thank you very much.
Right,
Mhm.
Shelley, and then Tom Cecilia. Tom notes 75 years from a 1985 survey, so that's out to 2060. That sounds
Okay. Kelly, thanks for your presentation. Really appreciate it. I was curious about the acquisition of steel, and if the site struggled to get the steel that they needed for this, and you know, if there were any issues with that. I'm curious about supply chain. Do you know?
Yeah, actually, that's a great question, and that was something that the contractor was keeping a pulse on. So the contractor does have some ability to, you know, put emphasis on advancing certain projects if need be. And so I would consider K East ISS to be one of those where they were looking at the supply chain issues and then the commodity itself as far as the fluctuation in prices. So they did take advantage last year sometime and place the order to get the fabrication work in the works. And so that really was helpful in, you know, fast forward to this time frame where they're able, you know, the fabrication is done and they're able to start steel erection earlier than originally expected.
Okay, so it was bought in its entirety then for the project last year, it sounds like, or the money, you know, it was allocated.
Yes.
Yeah, I was curious about that because I think something that we all have to worry about, or at least think about, not worry, but is the ability over time to access everything we need to keep a project going to fruition, you know? So thanks. I appreciate your presentation.
right. Tom, before I go to you, we've got 3 folks on the phone. I know Simone is one. We've got a couple others. Is there anybody on the phone who has a question or a comment that wants to jump into the discussion?
Pam?
Hey, Pam.
Hi, this is Pam. It was a great presentation. I just would appreciate being led into the meeting. I'm looking at a blank screen on my iPad, so I had to call in with a phone. Thank you.
Tom Cecilia.
Appreciate the presentation. You know, given that this is going to be around for decades, 2060 at the earliest is when the reactor is supposed to be finally dispositioned. Do we know what the design life of the structure is and how easy maintenance and upkeep's going to be on it, or projections, I guess?
I don't have the number for the design life, but the steel structures in general have a long design life. So we've, you know, this is a different design, but, you know, we're using similar materials as far as cocooning the reactors. So we're quite confident in their effectiveness. And in addition to that, you're probably aware that, you know, we do have surveillance and maintenance requirements. So once the cocooning is complete, you know, on a certain periodicity, they will be, you know, continue to inspect not just the outside enclosure, but interior, you know, to ensure things like, you know, not just that the structure remains intact, obviously, but, you know, that there isn't any intrusion of animals and other possible, you know, wildlife. So.
Ginger, you had a question.
Oh, I put it in the chat. I just was curious. I'm pretty sure they said how many tons of concrete that footing was or cubic yards, whatever. Can you repeat that? Do you know what that was?
I would have to play the video, but I can, to give you an idea of just size wise. If you were standing next to them, these grade beams were 5 feet high, 5 feet wide, and they extended the length of the building. I don't know the exact measurement from the actual building to where the grade beam starts, but essentially that kind of gives you an idea of what the dimensions of that is.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Mhm.
Just so you know, when we have folks on the phone, I'm going to pull what's in queue and pull your comments in the queue. I'm going to put you in the queue to so that the folks on the phone can actually hear what's going on because they can't see the chat. Tom Galeotto and then Bob.
Yes, thank you. And Kelly, thanks for the presentation. I apologize for not having my camera up and running this morning, but I'll get to it yet today. I have two quick questions for you. One is there a specific radiation level that DOE needs to achieve with this cocooning before the final disposition starts for the reactors?
Again, I'd have to refer to the rod on that. You know, that is an excellent question.
Okay, that's fine.
These are all great questions. I don't have the answers all memorized, but I think that you know, working with Gary, I've written them all down, and I could you know, provide those stats.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. And the second question is, I know this is not about the final disposition of the reactor, but I wanted to clarify, at least my understanding is DOE planning in the final disposition after the decades-long reduction in the radiation levels to actually physically move the reactor to another part of the site? And if that's the case, what happens then? Is it planned on actually dismantling it at that new site?
Okay, let me think about this. My understanding is, and Roberto, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have the actual final rod at this time. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The final route has not been issued yet.
And that would be the appropriate document that would address that question. Is that correct?
I'm not sure either. I will get back to you on that.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I understand that the decisions are not yet made on that, but the concern that I would have is, number one, physically moving such a large structure sounds quite problematic to me. And then what that would lead to potentially is a delay in doing anything on the final rod and leaving the structure that you're now building in place for much longer than it was intended. So just as a caution, I think that would be the concern that I would express. But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Tom, Cecilia, you have a question related to Tom Galeotto, right?
Yeah, Tom, I put the draft EIS from, I guess, 1989 in the link in the chat. And the options they were looking at was either removing the reactor as one big piece or taking apart the graphite blocks and disposing them each individually.
Okay.
At the time.
Oh my
Okay, thanks a lot, Tom.
I remember reading that EIS. Okay, I've got Bob, Dan, and Chris. Bob?
Yes. So you're cocooning the reactor in steel. Is there any protection on the steel, or is this going to be a big rusty thing that when I go on the river I see in, I don't know, a couple decades.
No, they have been coated at the fabrication shop. I can't tell you exactly what the coating material is, but yeah, they do have some type of coating or finish on it.
So it should last for the 70 years, I guess. And my next question is, what can you tell us about K West? Is that the next one that you're going to be working on, doing the same thing too?
Yeah, but we are not that as far along in that. So right now we're doing basin deactivation activities. And that may be appropriate for a future presentation, but we're working on those activities. And then following the deactivation, we'll have to, grout the basin, take down the structure above the basin, and then remove the basin itself, and then remove the remaining buildings, support buildings that need to be demolished in that area prior to getting to where we're at now with K East.
So how many years out is that?
So trying to think off the top of my head. I don't want to throw out a number and be wrong on that, so I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Dan Solitz and then Chris. Dan?
Yeah, I just wonder what the cost numbers around the project were. How much it costs to construct that building and how much it'll cost to maintain surveillance on it, the hotel load.
I don't have surveillance and maintenance costs offhand. That's not within my scope, but I can tell you that the approximate cost of the structure itself with the actual erection of it is around the $10 million mark.
Okay, thank you. That's a lot cheaper than Chernobyl.
Yeah, I'm sure by far.
Chris?
Yeah, the life cycle report has a couple sentences on disposition of the various reactors. It is actually two sentences on it in the section on final reactor disposition. And what it says is, after the 75-year decay period, reactor blocks will be removed from their current locations and transported to the Central Plateau inner area for disposal. But it doesn't give any more information than that. And then a little bit later, there's one sentence on N reactor. And it says, in the planning case presented in this report, N reactor is assumed to undergo safe storage followed by a deferred one-piece removal. And that's the sum total of what it says in the life cycle report. Not extremely informative.
I understand. I mean, we also have to look at the time frame as far as we wouldn't be further along in the planning process than that, because obviously our focus is on the current projects and making progress with those. So we are focused on the activities that we're performing right now, which is the presentation that I provided today.
Yeah, it wasn't a criticism. Because it also said that details would be given in final CERCLA decision documents.
No, I understand. Thank you. Appreciate that. And that kind of went along with, what I mentioned to Roberto, that, we're not at the point yet where we have a final ROD.
Do any of our folks on the phone have questions or comments they'd like to jump in? I don't have any more folks in queue. Oh, no, Roberto, your hand's up. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Didn't want to interrupt anybody, but for Chris Sutton, You could also, I would also encourage you to ask that question for the BCC call later this week, as I believe there is an item to talk about the life cycle report as well.
Good catch, Roberto. Chris is leading that discussion. Right. So Tom, we are running early. What would you like to do at this?
First, I'll take myself off mute. Really appreciate you coming and talking with us about this. And it seems like there wasn't a whole lot of pressing questions, so we're running early.
Thank you.
Yep. We look forward to hearing progress.
All right, sounds good. I appreciate this opportunity. Have a great
You know,
day.
For Shelley Simone, I did think of one more question, Kelly, and that's
okay.
If you'll indulge me a sec, since we've got the time, the plumes underneath the basin. Do you know the status on that?
For groundwater, I am not the right person to ask. We have our groundwater is a separate division within DOE, so I'm not able to. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Tom?
Okay. If there are any more questions, thank you so much for attending. So I guess the next question is, do we move the whole schedule up and take a break early, or do we do a round robin and then the break? Let's see, what else do we have?
And then we've got work plan, open forum, and committee business.
And we've got about 45 minutes until the break is formally scheduled.
I do the round robin.
We could either do the round robin or the open forum. But yeah, let's do the round robin. How many people do we have? Is it going to take 45 minutes?
There's 31 on the line total. Kelly, you've got your hand up. Kelly?
It's that mute button. I just want to, I would appreciate getting in the front of the line or near the front because I need to run to another meeting for a few minutes and I don't want to miss out on round robin time.
I think we can do round robin for you. And if it slides a little, be okay.
Okay, well, with that, the round robin question that everyone is invited to participate in here, even if you're not a board member, if you're just in the room, I'll have Ruth, we'll start with Shelley, and then we'll just have Ruth read down the list of attendees and go in order that way. The question is, what is an unanswered question you have about cleanup? So Shelley, you're muted again.
Gosh, thanks, Tom. Hard to have a voice when you're on mute. The question that I have is the ability, I know we have it, to optimize the pump and treat system. And given the duration, the limited duration of the run of the pump and treat, obviously the best thing is to optimize that facility to the best of its ability. And so I'm thinking about deep vadose plumes, perch plumes, and wondering about the ability to max out as much as we possibly can that groundwater pump and treat system to help get us through the cleanup we need. That's my question. Thank you.
Simone, I know you're on the phone. Would you like to participate?
Thank you. I don't have any questions now, but I will hop back in if something comes up. Thank you.
We've got another person on the phone, 2285. Would you like to participate? I'm just going down the list of participants, so that's where this list is coming from. Roberto, you want in?
Surprisingly, not today.
Okay. So all are welcome to participate or to pass if you would prefer to do that. Dieter. Chris Sutton.
I guess I'd be curious to know unofficially how long DOE really thinks it's going to take to, and the agencies as well, to clean up this site. Will they really think they can get it done in the 50 or 60 years? Or because of funding uncertainties, is their gut feeling it's going to take a lot longer than that?
Gabe. Welcome to join us if you'd like.
No, I don't have anything. Thanks.
Jolynn?
Good morning. I do not have anything to add.
Good to hear your voice. Jerry?
Thank you.
I racked my brains about this, and I really don't have a good question for sharing.
Josh, you're next on the list.
Sorry, I don't have anything either.
Okay. Larry Haler. Saw you on earlier. Liz.
I have one. So something we've been trying to track down is how long, like how signage will work for the Hanford site once cleanup is declared complete. We know that there's going to be institutional controls and the federal government presence kind of in perpetuity assumption, but certain requirements for marking transuranic waste and different disposal restrictions. It just Hanford hasn't had to deal with it yet. The last time was when Hanford was potentially going to be a transuranic waste. They were going to bury transuranic waste there. And then they had to come up with some proposed designs for signs. So my question would be, what will future signage requirements be at Hanford? And it's something that we're trying to bring out now as a way to engage people in something that's pretty tangible. Like people can imagine making a sign and trying to mark a waste site, but it gets complicated when you think of all the different waste sites. Will it be a sign for each site, or more like the inner area has a big boundary around it? And it gets into our end state discussion too. So just seeding that, maybe that will spark some questions for people who are like, I don't have a question. Okay, thanks.
Marissa. Question.
I can't think of any major questions right at the moment, but I have had a curiosity as to where the uranium in the Columbia River is settling.
Brian.
I'll pass, Ruth, but thanks.
Mia.
Yes, it's kind of an oddball question. I was just wondering if anybody at DOE, anywhere in DOE, is looking at future profitable uses of some of this material. There's been a lot of talk lately about carbon-14 batteries. I don't know if that's going to go anywhere or not, but we certainly don't have a lack of carbon-14. I'm just wondering, you know, if somebody in DOE is kind of taking a look at that, that might be a possible way to finance and make people aware of future the future of the site, because there is a lot of material out there that eventually, geologic time maybe, that'll be useful again.
Thank you, Dan. Mia, would you like to participate?
Hi, yeah, thanks. Mine is similar to Liz because we're kind of both researching this topic, but it's fascinating to me that in the 1980s, a Hanford contractor connected with an archaeologist to have these markers built, or not built, but studied, and then came out with a study on recommendations. And then it all kind of fell into, you know, this unknown kind of world of nothingness. And I'd be fascinated to know, especially with things changing and not having a geological repository, what the plan is for this waste and how to warn future generations of the danger and this long-lasting the long-lasting waste at Hanford. So thank you for letting me add my piece in.
Tom Galeotto, why don't you jump in here since you're going to have to leave?
Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Ruth. I appreciate it. My question is concerning funding. And as I put in the chat, there's a high likelihood that we will not get the required funding that is identified or at least projected for Hanford cleanup over the next 50 plus years. So what contingency planning has been done by DOE to evaluate the various options that we may need in order to accommodate the lesser level of funding? If no contingency planning has yet been done in that regard, it's highly recommended that DOE start an activity to consider that. I think we're on a path that, to me, it's very clear. We're not going to get the funding identified that's even close to what the life cycle scope schedule cost report has identified. And as such, what's going to give is the cleanup schedule. So we're probably not talking of 2078. We're talking much, much longer than that. So I think that contingency planning is critical, a critical item. But thank you.
Ginger, I see your hand.
Good morning, everyone. I am really curious, and I know that we're the regulator, so some of it is what's in the regulations, but I'm concerned about how whether there's been any conversation within DOE, and I know that our conversation has still been pretty limited about climate impacts and also carbon output. And when I was asking about the concrete, the carbon output of this cleanup is rather obscene, frankly. And, you know, it's like, are we even talking about that? Because there's probably places that maybe it could be curbed, but if nobody's asking the question or requiring it, we're going to go for the quick, easy solution rather than maybe a better solution. So, and I know that like when we have the extreme heat, that they'll have to put teams on back shift. So I do know that DOE has to plan for that when all the workers have to be working graves because it's too hot to work in the day. But what are the projections for additional cost of doing that as we continue to get more heat in the future?
Olivia.
No, nothing to share today.
Pam.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Uh-oh, we lost you again.
Okay, I'm in, right?
You're in.
All right. Just a response to a couple points that have been raised. One about the uranium in the river. The HAB has been briefed on that in the past. And as I recall, the uranium in the river right now is coming from fertilizer on the Franklin County side and up the river. So that might be another one to revisit. And in regard to what's going to happen nationally, the Department of Energy is initiating a consent-based siting process to ask any communities if they're willing to have waste repositories in their vicinity, and that is just kicking off this year. As far as my question is, I know we're a few years off still from being able to ship transuranic waste to WIP, and maybe we've had a brief on this and I missed it, but I'm curious about our ramp up in terms of being able to retrieve, characterize, and package and ship waste. Where are we at with that, and how many years out is it? Thank you.
Tom Rogers.
Just a quick response to Liz and the other question about signage. Back in my emergency preparedness days, I seem to remember that there was a lot of work that the Nuclear Regulatory Commission had done regarding how Yucca Mountain was going to be identified in the future. So I think we probably could find some stuff about that, and whether it would move forward into the current time frame. At least it might be a good starting point for that. Other than that, I'm enjoying seeing everybody on the camera and listening to the comments, because I've got a couple people out for different things and kind of brain dead today. This is kind of like a nice day to catch my breath. It's been pretty fast and furious. So that's all I have to say, and it's nice to see everybody.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say they came to a HAB meeting to catch their breath. Oh, good to hear your voice.
You guys need to run around with me one of these days. It's a lot of fun, but it's kind of hectic.
Yeah, from EPA.
Figure after that comment, I'll turn the camera on. I don't have any questions today, but thank you for asking.
Kelly, we put on cue because she had to run. Cecilia, you're next up.
All right. I have to admit, the reason I came up with this question, I was reading EPA's comments on the life cycle report, and there was a line in there that there's no system plan for RL. And it, the life cycle report has a whole lot of numbers and a whole lot of data, but we really don't know what the schedule is for cleanup. We don't know what the order of operation is going to be, which OU gets cleaned first, which is second, especially in the Central Plateau. What's the next site to be investigated? And that's my big question: is when. There's a finite number of sites that need to get cleaned, especially with WIP closing in 2050. We need to get all of this waste off the site. And all that true waste that's still in the ground that has to go to WIP needs to get there by 2050. So we need sort of, yeah, I'm almost toying with the idea of starting an IM team to look at system planning for RL and what that would take. But yeah, that was the impetus for the question. So my question is when.
Steve Wigman.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, thanks, Tom, for that question. That's a good one. I think one of my biggest questions, having been involved with this for a long time, is where is the inventory going to be 100 years from now, and 200 years from now, and 1,000 years from now? Right now, we're not shipping anything. Over the years, we've shipped a lot more here than we have from here. And so my curiosity really is kind of focused on almost centuries in the future and what our descendants are going to be dealing with as this time goes forward. And are we going to actually be shipping waste off site, or are we going to just keep moving it around on site? So it's kind of a future projection of what the reality is going to be for future generations. And thanks for that question.
Okay, we have 3 more on the list. Deborah Yerkin, would you like to participate?
I'm just taking notes.
Right, we're glad you're here. Gary?
Thank you, Ruth.
I'm being very linear, so I have Gary and Abby left. Would either of you like to participate?
I'm sitting here enjoying the conversation.
Abby, we'll check in with you. Did I miss anybody?
Just yourself.
I'm gonna pass. Great. So Tom, what did you hear?
You know, there's some interesting questions about you know, the far future and the near future that I think we might want to add into discussions for. See, my ulterior motive here is trying to prompt discussions for what we're talking about in the work plan next year, and some of the far future signage and near future schedules. I think the greenhouse gas discussion is something we could talk about. Remediation is not a green project right now, but maybe there's some opportunities to do some research and come up with some green remediation solutions that could have national impact. But yeah, I appreciate everybody chiming in, and those of you that didn't chime in, I appreciate that you were here and at least said that you didn't want to say something. So with that, do you want to go ahead and take a 15-minute break? Gary, could you be willing to do the work plan from 10:30 to 11, or sorry, 10:15 to 11:15?
I charge extra for that, but yes, we can do that.
Right. There's one more thing, Tom. So we do have a couple folks on the phone. So I'm going to ask Dan Solitz to paint a word picture of what he put in the chat.
Okay, thank you. This came from Teasing the Tail of the Dragon, a Nova presentation on PBS. They were doing a show on uranium and kind of a global look at it, and they were talking about Hiroshima, and then they went on to talk about the radiation sickness caused by Hiroshima, and then they went on to show this picture at Kakadu National Park in Australia. It was a petroglyph by Australian Aborigines to mark this spot as being dangerous because of a uranium deposit. Back when this was painted, the uranium was much more dangerous, and it was I just put it on there to relate to. We're not the first ones to think about signage for a dangerous radioactive deposit. It shows the swelling of the joints, which is a symptom of radiation poisoning. Hope that's not too far out.
I just keep trying to figure out how to help those on the phone be a little more connected when they can't see what we're doing as well.
Dan,
So
along those lines.
The tail of the dragon is say again, please.
I said along those lines, there is a marker on the hill above Fukushima that's in a form of a drawing. Don't build houses below this line.
Yes, yeah, I've seen a picture of that marker. It's quite high up on the hill, actually. You know, they took the cheap way out. They didn't want to lose the efficiency of the plant by pumping the water, the cooling water, further on up the hill, and so they built the plant down near the ocean and put up a seawall, which wasn't quite high enough. It wasn't as high as the marker on the hill. So it pays to look ahead to the future, or not.
Oh, now we have interest. Shelley and Steve, did you put your hand down? We'll go to Shelley. And that darn mute button.
Thank you so much. I have to hit that mute button. I'm in terms of signage and talking about that, I'm remembering when the Tiger team came, we had a Tiger team come to the site and basically look at the rebaselining. One of the things was rebaselining the plutonium finishing plants stuff, which here we are now with it down to slab on grades. I mean, it's pretty amazing. But one of the things that they talked about and looked at was signage and the lack of it. And so that might be something folks can go back and research and see if there's anything on that. It would have been around the early, maybe 2000s, 1999, 2000. So take a look at that. But the Tiger team did a report and said that signage was insufficient and made recommendations, and that might be a way to kick off some further thought about what we need here that would be universal and in nature that everyone would understand. Thank you.
Right. Tom, I'm going to put you on the spot before I go to Steve. The marker you just put in chat, paint a picture.
So one of my other responsibilities is managing the state's response to, or state's oversight of a uranium mill tailings disposal cell. And it was closed. And there is a couple long-term markers. They're sort of etched granite that say the name of the place, how many curies were there, how many tons of tailings there are, and a map with the radiation sign. So that's how other parts, that's how LM handles long-term signage.
Legacy management.
Yeah, sorry, DOELM.
All right, Steve Wigman.
Yeah, thank you. Interesting conversation. Back in the 80s, when I worked for Rockwell, Mel Adams was doing a lot of that original archaeological research on cocooning and signage. And he wrote a book that I have a copy of buried somewhere. I'll try to dig that out and see what the signage looked like. I know there was a kind of a Mr. Yuck disc that was discouraging digging that would be actually placed in the soil on barriers. So there was some really good original research that was done a long time ago that maybe we can discover that again.
Gary.
Well, there are two schools of thought here. And I was actually involved in early research on repository markers and all that. And to some degree, you need that for repositories, etc. But there isn't a single instance in the United States of institutional controls working for an extended period of time. Nowhere. The most prominent Superfund sites in the nation and in this region have been marked by failures of institutional controls. Here in Washington State, we point to Harbor Island, highly prominent, visible from downtown Seattle. Everyone knows it's a Superfund site. just Google to see how long it took for the institutional controls to fail and for people to have serious exposures. The issue in front of us is, for example, along the river corridor where there will be heavy use. Are we going to use institutional controls when we say we will allow for soil contamination to degrade over 270 years, which I believe is the B reactor and area, BC area, and some of the other areas where that's what the decision has been? Or are we going to clean it up to meet risk standards for people who will be exposed? And if this administration is truly committed to Justice 40 and environmental justice, are we going to revisit those decisions because they are a clear violation of treaty rights, to say that we are deliberately not going to clean up because it's safe enough for a white Anglo visitor, but it is not safe enough for you to use your treaty rights? And we know that a fence and a sign will not protect people exercising those treaty rights.
Liz.
And I just would say, you know, if Dennis Falk was still here from EPA, his favorite example with me was after EPA ordered Energy to put up signs along the river near the 300 area to have people keep out, after we documented people walking up the hillside and into the excavation pits. We had pictures taken of the signs that the Energy Department put up. They were very large wooden signs, like small billboards, saying keep out contamination. And the Energy Department put them up facing away from the river, so that you had to actually walk up and go past the top and look back in order to see. And it actually made it look like it was the river shore that was contaminated.
Liz.
Thanks for all the great ideas for us to track down. I just wanted to share one thing that Mia discovered in some of her research, that supposedly one of the markers that was designed in the 80s that you were talking about, Steve Wegman, is on display at the Atomic Brew Pub. So Mia's going to go try to see if it's there in the display case. But I think this question of like how we lose information, even, you know, from 40 years ago, is pretty, it kind of all fits in this institutional knowledge and how do we remember what's happened and change plans. So in case anyone wants to go see if it's there, a little treasure hunt.
Cecilia.
Okay.
Well, that sort of did an impromptu open forum.
That's the way I like things. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a break. We'll have Gary on cue for 10:25.
Right.
Thanks for making my job easy, Josh. Okay, well, we're back from the break, and want to introduce Gary to talk about a draft work plan for the HAB, which we're extremely excited to have. This is the way we're supposed to do things, where we have a draft work plan, we talk about it in committee, and then it goes to the EIC for in detailed discussion, and sort of the EIC becomes the IM team here for approval of this document, sets the tone for the next year. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Gary.
Hi, folks. How you doing? Gary Younger here. And first off, I'm going to apologize in advance. I have been coughing and hacking for the last couple of weeks. Allergies have made themselves known to me. So if I go on mute for a second or two, it's to either because I'm having a coughing fit or I am grabbing something to drink to keep the vocal cords a little bit moist. So I want to let you know that the draft advisory, the draft work plan and calendar is exactly that. It's a draft. It's the conversation starter. It's my thoughts of what we're looking at. It has been shared with Ecology and EPA. It's been shared with Energy Headquarters. So the concept I believe is solid here. It's how we execute, and we're looking forward to comment and feedback. And this is firmly placed in Jello right now, which means we can move it around as necessary to fit everybody's needs. So without wasting any more time, let me just kind of jump into it. Most of the preamble to the document you've seen before. It was in last year's work plan. But we're looking to do a couple of things differently with some of the scheduling. I've gotten a lot of feedback as we were talking to folks about meetings, and two main themes have come up more than once. It's meetings are very long and they're not always conducive to the public being able to attend. So we're looking at for board meetings, and I'll discuss board meetings first, then we'll talk about committee meetings second. But for board meetings, what we're looking at doing is instead of quarterly, like what we've been doing this past year, we found that didn't really work as well as it could have been. Everybody was trying to shove things into agendas and thinking that it'd be another quarter before you get a chance to work on something. So what we're looking at is having an every other month drumbeat so that we can kind of space some things out a little bit, give people an opportunity to kind of ingest and digest the information as we go along. And we're looking at adding something new this year, and that's an evening component for presentations. What we've been doing is we have at the beginning of our quarterly meetings, we have DOE, EPA, and ecology updates to kick off the meetings. And that's what we want to continue to do. However, we're looking at trying to draw in the general public, which frankly, we haven't been as public friendly as we would like to. So we're trying this to see if we can reach the general public and help out with that. So we're looking at having presentation meetings from 5 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. every other month. We think it will be an opportunity for folks to hear things that they normally might not be able to. And it will be just presentation plus the interaction and questioning that goes along with that. That way people have access to Brian Vance or Brian Stickney from DOE, David Bowen from EPA, David Bowen from Ecology, and Dave Enan from EPA, plus whatever additional higher level discussions that we're going to have during those meetings. And we're envisioning that as a full question and answer period where folks have access to those folks, to those leaders. We're not planning that meeting to be a business meeting per se, so we're not looking to also discuss advice or whatever. That will be shifted to a different meeting. This is more the outreach portion that we're trying to hone in on. It's an experiment. We'll see how it goes. If it goes well, then maybe we can have more evening meetings. If it doesn't go well, then we can reassess and see where we can go with that. The board work meetings then will be shifted to the next day and in two components, the 2 3-hour components. So what we're looking at is having the morning of the next day, and thank you, Ruth, for throwing the calendar up. The representation, the bright red that you see is the board meetings. So as you can see, they're spaced out every other month. The darker red, more of a crimson, is I don't know, what color is that? Is that a crimson? We'll just go with that. If the day after, the brighter red, those would be the work days. So I kind of envision having discussion during the morning, and these are all public meetings. Public is invited to every one of the board meetings, just like it is now. So we'd have discussions in the morning, and then any actions that might need to be taken during the afternoon. And that's especially critical for quorum, to make sure we have folks there for any voting purposes or anything like that that we have. So that's the model that we're looking at. This is not carved in stone. Like I said, this is a conversation starter to try to see how we can do board meetings better. And since we're doing it every other month now instead of quarterly, hopefully we can get a good drumbeat of trying to get in and understand issues rather than just trying to shove things through because you've got that time and you won't have time again for a period of time. I'll stop there for a second so I can take a drink and also let Tom ask your question, please, sir.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, for the morning of the second day, would the folks who presented the night before still be available for additional questions, or is it only intra-board discussion?
It's primarily designed as intra-board discussions, and which may or may not necessarily be tied to the evening's discussion beforehand. The evening will primarily be the senior leadership that we've had, and that would be their shot. And of course, the board can ask all the questions it wants during the evening session. So it's not where you just get the presentation and everybody goes home. So we're envisioning it as a full question and answer period where people, both on the board and public, will be able to ask as many questions as they can.
While you're drinking, I'll talk more.
Yes.
It might also be an interesting idea to put committee reports in the evening with the public so they can see what the HAB is doing, as well as getting an update from the agencies.
Sure, and we're also looking at better ways to reach out to the public. So as we go along and this idea matures, we'll figure it out, and looking forward to reaching folks that we have not done a very good job at reaching in the past. So moving ahead toward committee meetings, we're also kind of looking at trying to do something similar with that. And we've got many of the same comments, is that board meetings are very long and nobody really wants to sit through an 8-hour meeting on purpose. So what we're looking at is trying to break those up into 3 or 4-hour chunks to try to maximize that, allow people's brains to absorb what's going on, because frankly, on committee weeks, I know that only speaking for myself, but probably also for Ruth and the rest of the staff, Don't ask us for anything that requires intelligence come Thursday, because we're going to be on fumes at that point. So what we're looking at is to try to break things up a little bit along that line as well. So what we're looking at is, according to the schedule that we have here, like I said, this is flexible. It's a first conversation on this, is spreading a committee meeting out over 2 months. So we follow the same basic model of presentations and discussion during the first session, and then action in the second segment. So if you look at October and November there, you see on October 3rd, we would have a presentation, and if we follow with the same basic drumbeat that we've had now, you'd be looking at probably PIC having that meeting there. And then RAP would be on October 4th. And then with a second meeting for RAP being on November the 8th. We can play with that a little bit. It's not carved in stone just yet, but there are some thoughts there that maybe we just do those back to back. And, so this is kind of still fluid. We're looking for some ideas to do it better, but the main thing is to try to spread some things out a little bit, put some air in and some white space into the schedule, and allow people to kind of better focus on what's going on rather than just trying to cram so much into a short period of time. We're also looking at adding, if you look on the calendar and see a light blue box on there, we're looking at adding a quarterly committee of the whole. It's been 2 years since we've had one. We're having a day-long committee of the whole on May 17th, but frankly, we've got a lot of issues that are cross-cutting. And this will give the board the opportunity to explore those in smaller, digestible chunks. So I think that this will also help out a little bit. Then looking at March, you will see you've got 3 yellow days in a row, and we're looking at 3 half-day meetings for the leadership workshop. Just like we're going to have a 2-day leadership workshop next month, to once again try to limit meetings to 3 or 4 hours at a time, and just see how that works as we go forward. And then Ruth, if you can go back to the work plan, please. And if you could scroll down to page 4. There we go. Actually, as we get there, we're right where you are with board presentation meetings. What I'm also trying to do is map out kind of a year-long basic agenda where we've got some things plugged in, where we know things are coming. I've got plenty of time for my subject matter experts. We've also got plenty of time for getting presentations through and kind of have a regular drumbeat. And like I said, this is primarily geared toward bringing the public in more on what it is that we're doing. And during committee meetings, we've heard many of these updates that folks will have, but the public hasn't heard them. So it's to use the first half of the presentation meeting for updates, and then the second half, it will be topic centric to let people know kind of what's been happening, what's going on, what's going to be happening in the near future. So we've got this schedule out, and it's, like I said, it's fluid. We're looking to refine as we go along, but it's the basic concept that we're looking at right now. Ruth, if you'll scroll down a little bit further, please. As you're right there is good. We've also got the schedule for the board work meetings. The only thing that's not scheduled right now is the member orientation. If you remember last year, we tried really hard for October 19th to be the date for orientation. It didn't happen because we didn't get the package approved on time. So we used that for a different purpose, and then we moved the member orientation to December. We're not going to schedule that member orientation now. It will be package approval dependent, and then we'll put a mark on the calendar. But I want to let you know it's under consideration and it's event driven. Then we also have the rest of the board meetings that are listed out there so we can figure things out. And I've also got a place marker on there for what we hope will be a site tour. We're looking to try to get back to that drumbeat. Tentatively, I'm trying to push to make a site tour happen in June. It's still conditions dependent, and we probably won't have a resolution for at least another month to 6 weeks, and then we'll put out information how that will happen. So hopefully come April of 2023, things are a lot more stable by that point, and we'll be able to mark that on the calendar. If you'll scroll down a little bit, please, Ruth, you see we've got committee of the whole meetings that are part of the regular drumbeat, and then we'll come up with agendas beforehand as we go along. Going a little bit further, you will see committee meetings and proposed topics. This will kind of help guide some of the discussions that we can have lined up for committees. And this also kind of goes along with the 5-year plan that we've recently seen, where some of the projects that are going on, try to have some regular updates in there where it's planned. So that we're not at the end of a meeting trying to guess, okay, what do we want to talk about next meeting? We've got kind of a drumbeat there, and kind of reduce some of the chaos that's there. And then if you scroll down a little bit further, you've also got the executive issues committee meetings, and pretty well have those scheduled out. Sorry about that. And then we then get into the work plan section, where we've got some basic topics. I appreciate everybody's grace with my voice, which means I'm already talking way more than I should. But basically some suggested topics. It is, like I said, firmly encased in Jello, so that, you know, we've got a little bit of flex in there. And as the site continues to go from construction and to operations, the tempo on site is going to change, and we're looking to follow, have topics follow that change as we make that shift. So we'll see some of the topics be more updates as we go along. It's kind of like what we're already doing as we have a new project, like what we did earlier with the K East interim storage project. Bring those things up, and then, you know, we'll continue to go along with that. And then each committee has its particular work plan, and like I said, there will be some flex here, not great amounts, but we can do some flex. I've also had a couple of questions about how will meetings take place, and we are still working through the issues, and we're trying to get to a point where we can have hybrid board meetings. And that is actually proving to be more difficult than a lot of people really thought it was going to be. We thought we could just open the doors and that's proving to not be the case necessarily. So DOE, EPA, and ecology are working to come up with a better way to do it. Also got Ruth and Riverside Dave, who will be working with us to come up with a good game plan. One of the things that we're looking at is we have a conference room here on the DOE campus that we're looking at reconfiguring to making it a permanent location so that people can come in and sit and be with each other, plus also maintain the virtual component, which it will remain part of our lexicon for the foreseeable future. Until we get that component really worked out, and it's going to be extremely more expensive to do that, and also technology heavy. Once we get that part figured out, then we'll look at doing something with committees. So we're still envisioning committees to remain virtual for the near future. We don't know how long near future is. Like I said, the expense of moving board meetings to hybrid will be kind of a test bed to see how that happens. Once we go along, we'll figure things out. And I would like to say it's a brave new world, but there's nothing brave about this new world. It's trying to figure it out as we go. And I think what I'll do is I will stop at this point, and I'll let Ryan and Roberto jump in and see if they've got any comments before we then open it up to the floor.
Yeah, I have one, Roberto from EPA. There's no additional comment on this. Just like yesterday, repeating from yesterday, we appreciate Gary working on this, and we're discussing this internally with our office with the proposed items. And again, we realize these are just conversation starters. And if we come up with any other feedback, we will share them with DOE.
Ryan?
Thanks, Ruth. I would just agree with Roberto. First off, I want to appreciate and to thank you to Gary for getting this draft together. And I'll echo what Gary said. To my understanding, this is just a draft, and I know EPA and ecology, we're both getting our comments and feedback together on it. So I'm working, just like Roberto said, with his staff. I'm working with my staff on getting our kind of comments and feedback together on this, but definitely is very helpful to see what you all think as well. And thanks again to Gary for sharing this and going into detail on the different aspects of this work plan.
I've got Liz and Tom. Liz?
Thanks. Thanks, Ruth. And we had a chance to talk about this yesterday with PIC, and generated a lot of feedback for EIC. One of the thoughts I shared yesterday was about just the different dynamic of in-person versus virtual meetings and the kind of time you need for that. So understanding that there's flexibility here, but also just curious about even the leadership workshop being spread over 3 days with shorter meetings seems more inefficient than doing a 2-day in-person meeting where people are traveling over and you're just it's a long day, but it's just different kind of exhaustion to be in person and have be reading body language and not be staring at a screen all day. It seems like it would be helpful to have something maybe even stated in the work plan about the value of in-person meetings for the board and information sharing, having it not just be, and we said this yesterday, not splitting up the presentation and the discussion because nobody remembers what they heard a month ago, having it contained. So if you had a 4-hour chunk of time and you did presentation, discussion, then the next month you can do the same thing again, and you're not losing the thread of information. But there is a really different dynamic when you're in person, and a lot of people on the board have never experienced it, which is hard to say. It's a long day. There's so much more I learned when I was in person, sitting at a table, being able to write notes and say, I don't understand, or someone can see my face. It's really clear I don't understand. So hopefully we can get back to that and find a way to make an in-person meeting happen sooner. And I know we feel like we're locked in this, like, hybrid meetings need to be this way, and why can't we go back to the way we were just to try it so we can see each other once before the board dramatically changes. But I think that may just be an impasse. Thanks.
Sure, Liz, and let me hit a couple of things there. Going back to the way things were isn't going to happen. It's just, you know, we've kind of crossed a threshold with recording meetings, and we still have some folks who may have health compromises that we're now aware of that 2 years ago we weren't. The extra expense, and I have a budget that the extra expense of trying to do the hybrid meetings to try to bring as many people together as possible is going to suck up a lot of my travel dollars. And what we have is not perfect. And we're not going to be able to satisfy everybody as we go along, but we're learning as we go. We're trying to figure out the efficiencies as we go along. And we're going to do the best we can, and we know that we will never hit 100%. We will never satisfy everybody, but if we can satisfy the majority, then I could use some good news every now and then.
And just so you know, the staff, we're all going to be in Richland next week, on the ground, looking at rooms, at technology, at the increased staffing we need to make this work. I mean, we're trying to figure it out. So I would appreciate it if you'd cut us a little slack as we're trying to figure it out. Tom.
Yeah, I really look forward to committee meetings not looking like the opening to the Muppet Show with everybody in the little boxes. So to the actual work plan that's on the screen, one thing that I missed last year, and I think it needs to get fixed this year, the bullet on 3 needs to go on 2. It's been bugging me for a year, but yeah, so let's get that fixed. And yesterday we talked about doing sort of a sticky note setup here, so our discussion that we have here can be memorialized. Is that something we're able to do? Even just adding notes to the PDF would probably be sufficient.
Well, one of the things that I'm looking forward to as committees discuss this is hopefully I will be getting a red line version back, so that as we go along, we can consolidate comments and see what we can do and what we can't do. And like I said, this is a conversation starter, Tom. So as RAP goes through it, and if you want something at a different place, I'm okay with that.
Is there a Word document we can work from, Ruth?
Yeah, no, I was working on the Word. I was working on Stormboard, but
we'll figure something out for you, Tom.
Yeah, appreciate it. And looking at the meeting agendas that are roughed in for RAP, I think it's similar to what we requested this last year. And if we can actually get the briefings, that would be awesome. I think there's still discussion. They're pretty broad topics, so we still need to schedule calls to figure out what specific about groundwater we're talking about, as opposed to just a topic about groundwater as well.
Sure. But we'll figure it out as we go, which is, like I said, this is a conversation starter.
Ruth, this
Ruth's
is
trying
Pam.
to-
Am I up?
You are up, Pam.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know how I feel about it, but I know one thing for sure. I don't want to spend 3 days in a leadership retreat. That is a really foolish idea. And to the extent at least leadership can get together, the team building aspect of the leadership retreats has been really important for us over the years. And, back in the day when we could actually be out of town, that was even better. But to 3 days, no, thank you.
Other questions, comments?
One other thing that came up yesterday was advice creation is going to be a challenge if we split the meetings up in over 2 months. So there should be at least half an hour of committee business at every committee meeting, where we could form issue manager teams, discuss advice, that type of thing.
Now, once we actually get down to the business of creating the agenda for each meeting, we'll do what we can to be flexible on there. I think that more conversation is a good thing, but we also want to try to make it profitable for everybody. Make it time well spent, and don't want to have a meeting just to have a meeting. And be able to make the most of the time. Plus, if there's something that pops up that requires attention, we can throw in additional meetings. So that is on the table, and we've actually done that a couple of times this year by throwing in a couple of extra board meetings. But yeah, like I said, conversation starter.
Shelley and then Tom. Shelley?
Thanks, Ruth. I'm absolutely aligned with Pam. 3 days is way too much volunteer time for one meeting. Way too much. And it needs to be shortened and condensed and pithy. So we've got, the group has agendas and they work through them and they're done. And 3 days is way too long. Secondly, Gary, I'm hearing coded in what you're saying that you're no longer going to have travel for people who don't live within the Tri-Cities area. And I am concerned about that because there certainly is a dynamic problem with hybrid meetings. And I am concerned that folks who are working remotely will not have the opportunity to meet and build teams and be part of that. And so I guess my question is DOE trying to commit to in-person meetings for everyone so that there is not a cast of who's in and who's out in terms of face-to-face, opportunities for face-to-face in-person participation?
Yes, Shelley. The goal is to eventually get back to full in-person meetings, but we will also have the hybrid component. These are questions that we still have yet to figure out. We're learning as we're going. And we're going to take small steps before we take big steps. And I don't know what the outcome is I know that a lot of it will also be budget related because managing the hybrid meetings will be more expensive. Does that mean I will be able to get a plus up for travel? I don't know. You're asking questions that I don't have answers to, and we're starting this journey, and where we are a year from now may be completely different, but we're learning as we go.
Okay, thanks.
Tom, Cecilia, and Jerry. Tom?
I'll let Jerry go first. I've talked a lot.
Right, Jerry.
You're on mute, Jerry.
Thank you. I'm a little disappointed to hear your answer to Shelley. Having 2 classes of participants is, nothing short of unequal, and it is vital for regional representatives to be able to sit at the table, work in the evening, face to face with people. And US DOE will regret it if you don't, because the regional groups will not build the trust and relationships to forge consensus with everyone else if they're not at the table. And phrasing this as a budget issue is, I just have to say, and I've said this before, ridiculous, because I run a program that has just completed 2 semesters of hybrid. We've had people participate in a large room with presentations, and at the same time had public health officials from all over the state of Washington and Department of Health and other people participate remotely as well as in person with one large screen. The technology costs a few $100s. Any high school student or middle school student can run the damn video. It doesn't cost anything to run a proper hybrid meeting, and I'm sure that WSU Tri-Cities has the capability to do it, because I've been told that they've been doing it just like UW for hybrid classes in their large rooms. So the equipment is there. Anyone can run it. The instructions are written for a 8th grader, and that's not an excuse that will fly. I think you need to, DOE needs to make a commitment that everyone gets to participate if they can. I'm a fan of hybrid meetings. I think, and as we've discussed, Gary, that making sure it's a working alternate who can only be there for half a day, participate, can get online in their afternoon or their morning and not have missed their entire day of work, is a great boon to participation and equity. But it doesn't mean that you don't offer everyone the opportunity to participate by travel. And if we don't, what happens is the regional groups have to pay for travel out of their own budget or ask the state to support them, and that's not appropriate.
Jerry, I am going to respond that in terms of the back end, it is not as easy as hopping out.
I don't know what I'd love to talk to you.
Which is why I'm going to Richland next week.
I mean, I've done the back end. We've done the recordings. I don't know what is different at your end than what we do at the UW, or which I've done as a committee chair in the legislature with hybrid meetings. And that included, before COVID, doing remote meetings around the state at our community and technical colleges and Eastern Washington University and WSU Tri-Cities as hubs. And when you've got the camera there and it's already in the room, I don't know what the back end issue is for you because everything's recorded as it is. You've got the camera, you've got everyone can see the screen and see the people who are remote. And the people who are remote can see the people in the meeting room.
Well, this isn't the place to figure that out, to take up people's times, but I'm kind of punchy about this because we're working hard on trying to make it work for this group and the kind of designs that the HAB and its committees need. And so we need some grace to do our jobs that we were hired to do. So the Monday morning quarterbacking is getting old.
Well,
who's next?
It's
Tom?
possible.
So there was one item that needs, I think, to be added to the work plan, especially if we're, having more people cycle on and off the board, and that is institutional knowledge. And over the break, I was thinking about, maybe we have something sort of akin to an issue manager team, but we just sort of have little sort of clubs or study groups, I guess, for people who want to learn more about what was done 40 years ago on the signage, where we, get together either on Teams or over lunch and talk over, oh, this is what they did. And maybe we have some of our HAB members emeritus join those IM teams and impart their wisdom as well. And then those study groups can then do like a 15-minute brief on committee week, telling what they've learned about what happened in the past.
Chris Sutton. Let's get you off of mute, Chris, and we'll be able to hear you a little better.
To follow up on what Tom just said, I suggested several meetings ago, maybe at a board meeting, that perhaps we could form a mentorship committee or something like that, where, especially for new people, it would be a place to talk with older members or members perhaps who had cycled off the board about institutional knowledge, both HAB institutional knowledge and Hanford institutional knowledge. Maybe committee isn't the right word, but some kind of entity where these types of discussions could take place.
Gary.
On the institutional knowledge issue, which I didn't expect we'd be bringing up here today, but I was thinking about this from yesterday's meeting. As a result of the sign off yesterday with Jeff very graciously talking about those of us whose last meeting it might be, I was thinking about the issue of institutional knowledge. And I think it would be very important, and the leadership team and agency should discuss having a transition period where those of us with decades of institutional knowledge who are leaving the board might participate in some transitional activities from June through September or to the end of the year, which might include, more than just the pass off of the orientation on the administrative side, but some forums for each, like one forum of each committee with long-term members who have left to talk about, for example, the discussions that the board had about Reactor interim storage or something like that as part of an agenda that fits the committee's agenda and can share some of that background. I think it would be important not to lose that perspective and to help new members hear some of the thoughts that have forged past advice.
Yeah, Jerry, I'll go on and jump in on there because I know that Ruth is busy typing, and actually what you're suggesting is exactly what DOE hopes happens, is that there is a vast amount of knowledge and experience that the board has, and we recognize that. And we're hoping, we're asking that several of the board members who are terming off form a group such as what you're discussing to do exactly what you're talking about, is to mentor new members, to discuss some of the issues that are going on. And this is a public board, and even if you don't have a vote, you still have a voice. You still have a place in shaping the outcome for HABs going forward. So what you're talking about is exactly what DOE is asking members to consider doing.
Well, I do. That's great. I think that it requires some structure. It's one thing for me to mentor a new member for Heart of America Northwest. It's very different than the River and Plateau Committee having consideration of reactor interim storage, for example, and being able to say, can you share what went into shaping this, so that as we continue to work on it, we'd like to have that background. So more of a institutional based commitment, to have, that reflected in some agendas for transition over a few months.
Lots of ways to slice and dice. But yeah, let's go back to work plan and calendar. And I greatly appreciate all of the input and thoughts. And like I said, what we have here is a conversation starter. And it's, not perfect. It'll get better with input. And I know that Tom is looking forward to receiving input so that when we get together with the EIC and the leadership conference, he can speak from the RAP's perspective to make this better. So without belaboring, that's all I have for now. Thanks.
I think I have Liz in queue, right, Liz?
Yeah, thanks, Ruth. I just wanted to add, I sent it to Jeff too, but for the calendar, adding committee calls for transparency and agenda planning, and just making sure that there's, I think we need that time to make sure everyone's on the same page. And then if the committee meetings are cut to half days, adding in weeks, basically having those meetings, I think having committees be able to meet every month except for July. So that there's enough time to work on it, like to get advice through. We were kind of playing it out and pick, like, if you introduced a topic and then you worked on it, it would take potentially many months to get advice to the full board. So just, it seems like it might be helpful to play out an example, and maybe that's something you could think about tonight, Gary, for the tank waste discussion tomorrow, saying like, here's a proposal to take tank waste, for example. Here's a topic. This is what the agenda would look like to DOE and how it would play out. I think might be helpful to have an example of what you're thinking beyond just the logistics. Because if you look at the amount of time there would be, like, it looks like there's more meetings for the full board, but because the board meeting is for actual getting board work done is cut to one day, it's just, I think there's still some outstanding questions about how the board works through advice or has that break to think about, you know, does everyone agree on the concepts? Okay, let's work on it. Okay, now we're back to the table. Everyone had a night to sleep. What are we wordsmithing the next day? Like how that is going to work with the full board, or maybe that's a question for you. Is there the flexibility to add a day for a full board meeting when there is a lot on the agenda and we need the time to get through advice?
Well, the primary question that you had there is there flexibility? And yes, there is flexibility.
Right. So Tom and Jan are your chair and vice chair. They'll be going to the leadership workshop. So if you have ideas, questions, things you want them to bring forward, make sure that Tom and Jan know what's on your mind. Tom, process question.
So Gary, you mentioned you wanted a red line. So my question is, if first of all, is there a Word document available that I could redline? Second, how does that work? If I do a red line of the document, and I'm representing RAP at the issue manager workshop, does RAP need to approve my red line before I can present it, or am I just empowered to have that conversation?
We'll figure it out as we go. I'm looking for input, and you know, if you're wanting a process for that, you know, we'll figure it out. You know, the committees are empowered to provide input. So we'll get you a Word document so that you can redline it, and then we'll figure it out as we go.
In my opinion, this is the time to discuss and figure that out. If you know, we've only got a month, so
well, we're ahead of schedule. So if you want to do it, if you want to talk about it later this afternoon during committee business, you know, let people think about it over lunchtime and go from there. You know, we can, pardon me, we can work it out.
okay, yeah. I guess the options I see is I can redline it and circulate a document and get approval via email by the committee, or the committee could just say, go ahead and do that. But I don't want to. Yeah.
This is Pam. I think a lot of us have thoughts, so it's got to be collaborative.
Okay, maybe we need an IM team call then between now and the issue manager or the leadership workshop.
Steve Wigman.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that from my perspective, if Tom was to redline the document and share it with the committee for any additional input, that should be adequate for discussion during the leadership team. But if you need to have additional calls over it, that's okay too.
Okay, so for committee business, be thinking if you want to be on that IM team call, or whether you you just want to let the IM team take care of it on your behalf. If that makes sense.
So in terms of looking forward, there are sort of two pieces. One is the leadership workshop in May, which Ideally, that group would come up with the draft work plan to send to the full board in June. And the thought would be the full board could adopt the work plan in June so that you don't end up in an awkward place during this packet gap. If the appointments are delayed, you don't end up running into the next fiscal year without a plan. So that's the reasoning behind the leadership workshop coming up with the draft to send to the June board meeting. That's why that timing has been proposed. What else do we need to do before lunch?
Well, my email's in the chat. It's tom.cecilia@energy.oregon.gov for those of you on the phone. If you have things that you think should be added to RAP's or the work plan, the HAB work plan, and specifically RAP's component of that, which is different than the RAP work plan, let me know, and I'll put them in a red line and distribute them to the committee and an IM team, apparently, which I think is the best way to do it.
Gary?
Actually, before we jump off, and since I'm seeing Jerry's face there, Jerry, watch your inbox. You're going to be getting an email. Looks like Heart of America's Northwest's request to extend the life cycle cost and schedule report is going to be granted. So I just wanted to make you aware of that so you can watch for it.
Gary, we requested the extension of the budget priorities comment period that ends Friday, not the life cycle one.
Yeah, and we requested the other one. Yeah, it was probably confusing. Hanford Challenge requested the life cycle report be extended.
Yes,
and we
that
heard
that was my error. I am so sorry. We did receive the request from Hanford Challenge, and that came from Liz on Thursday to replace the life cycle cost and schedule report. And that has gone out, and that's what Gary was sharing with you. And I gave him some confusing information that came from Heart of America Northwest, which is for the cleanup priorities comment period. And I apologize about that confusion.
Okay. So life cycle is extended, which is great. Budget is that still under consideration, or?
Yes, I'm not sure if anyone's had a chance to get to that yet, since I just received that about 11 or 12 yesterday.
Yeah, right. Sure. And Liz, thanks for having requested life cycle extension.
And I apologize for the confusion.
Not a problem.
That was all on me. Thank you.
I blame virtual meetings. All right, well, I guess let's take lunch, and unless anyone has anything pressing in the next 4 minutes. And this could be the last virtual wrap lunch, maybe, if all things happen great. So maybe next time we can actually go to lunch.
Okay, so when we come back, we will do some combination of open forum and committee business. Stall for me while I figure this out.
Yeah. So as everybody's making their way back from lunch, we're just talking through whether we want to do open forum or committee business first. Sounds like open forum wins. And when we get to committee business, we have to talk about the next meeting and how that's going to look because of the anomalous membership gap that this year is going to be the last year of, hopefully. So let's open it up for open forum. Love to hear some new voices. What's on your mind?
Tom, which of those open forum topics are we on? Other topics, identify agenda topics for the next meeting, or identify topics for HAB leadership workshop or anything?
It's open forum is whatever you want to talk about. So if it fits into one of those categories, that's great. If not, just throw out an idea.
Okay, I have one topic I'd like to put forth. In 2012, HAB put forth a white paper on values relative to cleanup. I'd like to suggest that it might be time to take a look at that paper again and possibly tweak it. Number one, because 10 years have passed, but more importantly, beginning next year, when we have when DF Law goes through its operational readiness review and hopefully starts out on operations, hot commissioning operations, there's going to be 50 some odd years where the site is fundamentally going to be in operations. Groundwater monitoring is an operation, DF Law is going to be in operation, and at some point, WTP, high activity waste, is going to be in operation. It's day in, day out, the same thing, day after day, 24/7. And I'm not sure, and I wonder if we might want to put something in our value section relative to operations, because operations is its own beast. And to put it in context, when CERCLA and RECRA came about in the late 1980s, today it's been 35 years. And look at what all has happened in 35 years and the diverse things that happen at every DOE site in terms of remediation. Now we're talking 50 years, 1.5 times longer than that, where the same exact thing is going to happen day in and day out. And so I'm thinking that we might be able to come up with some interest, also possibly some advice relative to operations, expectations we have for operations. And now is a good time to do it because we're looking 2 years out. And this is what Brian Vance keeps banging on about. Give us something 2 years, in advance. So this might be a good topic. Operations, values we have, our expectations for operations, and maybe have advice going into operations. So I'd like to put that out, and I'm going to say the same thing at tank farms tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that might be more of a tanks topic, but it sort of does fit into the institutional knowledge work group stuff that we were talking about earlier. And since you brought up the Brian Vance wanting us to talk about topics 2+ years in advance, we're still waiting on that sub list of what projects are 3 years down the road, so we know what we're supposed to be talking about. That we made that request at the last EIC workshop. Haven't seen that list yet, so still waiting on that.
Pam.
Hi, thanks. In response to the last comment, Brian has made it pretty clear to us that they're not interested in advice from us pertaining to operations. So I think we need to structure the advice from a historical perspective versus from a operations perspective. Thank you.
Does raise the question of who tells the board what to write advice on, but point taken.
I think what Brian said is he didn't want technical advice from us on any operational aspect. And there's a lot about operations that we could talk about that would be policy oriented.
Okay, so if we were making a list of sort of work groups that aren't necessarily IM teams, but just looking back at what has come before, sort of the institutional knowledge work groups, we've got the white paper on values. We've got the CLUP, which there's interest in that, you know, has already been negotiated and debated, but a refresh would be good on it. We've got the interim reactor disposition. We have signage for legacy management. What am I missing?
Long-term true strategy.
Yeah. We do have a true issue manager team that is in existence, but I don't know that we've met yet. I think Jerry was the IM team lead on sort of the holistic view of all the true waste on the site and the schedule for getting it off. That sort of fits into the sort of system plan idea for RL as well. So that might be something to take a look at over the summer.
Pam, you may be the historical brain here at the moment. When issue managers evolved into issue manager teams, was there any thought as to whether issue manager teams could also have members who weren't appointed members of the HAB?
Not at the time, but we're hearing from DOE that I think they're open to that now.
So the reason I'm asking is I'm trying to figure out how to support people getting work done while we have this packet gap thing. If issue manager teams can, you know, talk, create, and can have people on them who aren't formally appointed, then people who are in limbo could still work on issue manager teams, right? So they could still work through the summer. I
think that's what they've said to us. And
okay.
and given how we've been functioning kind of independently as teams with Jeff facilitating the document structure and editing, I can't imagine that they would object.
Yeah, because there's no decision making going on. It all becomes a recommendation to a committee ultimately anyway. So it's not usurping anybody's decision authority. So I'm just trying to figure out how to keep things moving forward, kind of in spite of the roadblock.
Yeah, and even moving forward, the members emeritus are welcome to join issue manager teams as well. So we can keep that rolling.
Cool. And that means we can keep teams open to, you know, who you all tell us is on the team. Other things for open forum. Chris.
Yeah, Tom, you have this down somewhere, and I can't remember whether it's in the work plan, RAP work plan, or for a meeting, but I think maybe an update specifically on carbon tet and groundwater cleanup might be a good topic. And I know you have it down somewhere, but I can't remember where, and I can't find it just immediately.
Yeah, there's a carbon tet section on the RAP teams page. There's also a pretty good description of carbon tet remediation in the CERCLA 5-year review of the optimization. And it is going to be a topic that we're asking for the next time we have a groundwater meeting as well. So yeah.
Yeah, because there's a lot of aspects of carbon TET that can kind of be combined in actually a pretty nice presentation, especially if it's up to date as of sometime in 2022.
Yeah, I think actually the last item in the cleanup investigation topic section of the RAP sheet for this meeting is a document that's a new 3D geostatistical analysis of the carbon TET plume. So it's just sort of the up-to-date imagery to wet your whistle for that conversation. But don't drink carbon TET. Liz.
You may have already said this. I was a little late. But what topics? What are the next topics lined up for discussion? I know we're and I'm going to get it wrong. We heard a little bit about the new risk modeling tool, and the composite. I can't remember what it's called.
CIE.
Yeah. And then I'm just curious, like if there are any presentations that we have lined up for August.
We hadn't got to August yet, partially because we don't know who's going to be a member or not.
I was just curious to see what.
Do you want that list?
Yeah, just to see if there's anything that might be helpful for the open forum, just thinking about topics.
Yeah, I think originally that was the first ask for a joint meeting with tanks, but if half of tanks and half of RAP aren't members, I mean, it could be informational.
Because we talked about that for PIC too, like what could just be a briefing or.
I mean, a tour in August would be hot, but you don't have to have a member. You don't have to be a member to go on a tour. That's an option, maybe.
The RAP numbers they're currently 22 people on the RAP committee list, and 9 of them will not be in limbo. And the good news is your vice chair is not going to be in limbo, so you actually have committee leadership if you need it. Yes, that's you, Jan.
Yeah, I think. Thanks for pulling this up, Ruth. It seems like. I mean, I don't know if there would be anything we want to talk about related to LRF and ETF. There's a ton of comment periods, or if it's a joint topic with tank waste. There's a lot of, I don't know, in the gear up for DFLA starting. Maybe there's something that could be a presentation or a joint presentation, but for both committees in August, about kind of site-wide impacts. And I mean, we're kind of talking about that already. I don't know. I'm just curious, Gary, if you had already had some topics on your list to line up. Other than, I mean, LRF and ETF's on here, but the last time we talked about it was this last fall.
Yeah, my brain's not in August yet. I'm trying to make it through 3 o'clock today.
I guess I think one topic that I think would be nice to have some more deep dive into, I don't know who would lead it though, would be around, or I guess one thing we talked about yesterday too is a follow-up to the committee of the whole. So some debrief time after the May, assuming the May 17th committee of the whole is still on track. And I don't know if there's going to be an issue manager call to go over the agenda for that at some point in the next few weeks. But that there could be that follow-up debrief that could be multiple committees just to chat about it. If we're not taking action, I don't know if that would loosen up the restrictions, but it seems like there's a lot embedded in that and a lot of interest in talking about end states and signage in the future and institutional controls. I don't know if that's a possibility, but those are things we're definitely digging into at Hanford Challenge right now and trying to find more information. So I love getting the suggestions from people on the board who have memories of doing things from before I got involved.
Do you think Hanford Challenge would be ready to present some findings if we had sort of a gazebo?
Probably, yeah, by August, I think so. I could let you guys know for sure, because it would be Mia. I mean, depends on how who can be involved, but Mia would be the next. We'd be in the limbo period.
So Gary, is it accurate to say that anybody can participate in committee meetings? That I don't have to be a gatekeeper on that? He says, hopefully.
Yeah, committee meetings are public meetings. And whether somebody has a current appointment or a lapsed appointment or haven't yet been appointed or somebody off the street, everybody's welcome.
That eases up that headache for August.
Yeah, we have enough headaches, but that eases one.
Okay. Meaning, for example, if Liz and Mia wanted to tag team or something, that could happen.
Yes.
So the challenge with August meetings, and this is just a bureaucratic thing, right, is the concept of trying to have July be a quieter month, which that doesn't happen in our offices, but because we still have to plan for those meetings. So really need to have a sense of August meetings in the June-ish timeframe so that the magic can happen.
Well, by June, we'll know if any of the topics at the leadership, or sorry, the committee of the whole spurred a lot of interest. So we could start with a gazebo and an open forum, and whatever additional comes out of committee of the whole.
Okay.
Unless any of the other agencies have anything they might be interested in talking to us about as well.
I know we lost EPA.
I'm still here. Excuse me. I brought this up at our Richland management team meeting the other day, a couple weeks ago, and asked if they had any topics. I haven't heard anything yet, but if we hear of any topics, we'll definitely be sure to bring it up to you guys.
Hey, Tom, do you want to translate gazebo?
Yeah, so gazebo was a topic that came out of PIC, or an idea that came out of originally PIC or tanks, and it's sort of like a book report where someone from not one of the agencies presents on a specific topic for information and discussion.
So, for example, Chris Sutton on Thursday is leading a conversation about the life cycle report for budgets and contracts. So it's not an agency presentation. It's Chris's deep dive and translation for the committee. So in terms of the August meeting,
So that's half a meeting.
it's kind of up in the air. Okay.
But we should definitely have a committee call in June to formalize that, I think.
Okay.
Whether that's a wrap session or a full committee.
Right, and we've got committee call placeholders in June, so. Which would be, the placeholder is 11 a.m. on Wednesday, the 29th. So the question is it a committee call or a wrap 6? Do you have a preference?
I always say the more the merrier, but it's not always my call.
Unintended. Okay, so I'll make sure we have that at least confirmed in the hopper. Are there other things for open forum? Anyone? Are
Wow,
there
we're
things,
just flying through today.
Liz?
I was wondering, we did it in pick, and a bunch of us were on pick yesterday, but if we pull up the public involvement calendar, I don't know if there's anything that RAP would be interested in. I think it's mostly large ETF, that there might be something on there that's helpful to catch people's eye. I can find the link and put it in the chat. There's a lot of comment periods coming up, which is why it seems like it's helpful.
There's also, there's a lot upcoming, but we also have between DOE and college, there's 9 current open ones.
Chinese screen behind you.
And a bunch of public meetings coming up too. I think I have the most.
Yep, including one at 5:30 tonight. It covers DOE's 2 concurrent LERP ETF 242A comment periods.
Stuck the link in the chat.
Are there any other topics? I mean, let's bring this back to the immediate issue at hand for leadership workshop again. Are there any other things that you thought of during lunch that you want brought up on RAP's behalf? It looks like the actual work plan that's in the table on that document is pretty close to yeah, geostatistics is not user friendly. I agree. I got a master's in it. It's still not user friendly. So the yeah, the table on the work plan, that's the draft one, is pretty close to what we had last year. It's missing the sub bullets, which sort of clarify what could be covered under that. But other than that, it's pretty close to the same list. So, it doesn't give me a lot of heartburn. But if there's something missing that you, the committee, want me to argue for, I will.
Oh,
And if you came back from lunch on time, you might have missed what we're talking about maybe doing if we can get a Word document is doing open forum committee business, finishing that up, and then just starting to redline the work plan, sort of roll right into the IM team and take care of that. So if you can stick around at the end and you want to help, you can do that. Chris.
Tom, do we really need an IM team to go through the work plan?
I don't know. It's a document that RAP is putting forward. So in the strictest sense of process, probably, but just a working group would be fine too. It's not going to be the whole committee probably, unless we do it now and it's the whole committee. Does everyone think that's worth the time to just do it now and take care of it with the whole committee?
Well, I think if you put it out to the committee and ask for red lines and then put them together as best you can, documents, send it out again. I think a couple iterations, probably you'd have concurrence from everybody with no more iterations, and you could send it in. It wouldn't have to be, it's not like we're an advice or anything.
Fair. Do we want to take the first cut at it now and minimize the iterations, or do we want to? We sort of talked about August, and open forum seems to be done.
Yeah, it's nice if, I mean, it seems like it would be nice if we had, like, if there are a few just simple things we want to put in here, then when Tankways talks tomorrow and HSEP talks and BCC talks, it's not, maybe you get to the end of the week and you have a red line version that EIC can just work with instead of needing to have multiple calls to go through it. Because it sounds like, Gary, DOE would like the red line before the leadership workshop so that everyone comes having reviewed it. And then ecology and EPA are also sharing, going to be putting in edits too.
At the leadership workshop, we'd really like to finalize the document. So sooner rather than later is better.
All right. Anybody object to spending the next 15, 20 minutes running through the document?
Do it.
All right. Page 1 looks good.
This about section, I think, is really, 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 really close to the last one. Not identical.
Yep.
And frankly, I'm not looking for wordsmithing on a lot of this portion. Please stick to work plan. That's your area of focus. The rest of it, is something that we'll work through as a staff on.
Yeah, the board has to have consensus on it too, so.
So
I
there's
don't
a
think that's
description
changed.
of the committees. I think there was only one change.
Wouldn't it be great if wordsmithing all documents was this easy?
Oh, you're an optimist. Under
Ooh, I got something.
okay.
The quorum paragraph. I don't know that that belongs in the work plan. I could see a hypothetical scenario where there's only 5 seats appointed on the board and 3 seats then approve a consensus advice because only they show up. So I would say delete that whole paragraph.
I noticed at the top Ruth, where it says, we've gotten a few comments about the leadership workshop should just be a 2-day meeting in person instead of 3 days.
You could just take off the 3-day and say a meeting for a leadership workshop in April.
And also regarding the quorum, I think that it is maybe appropriate to say that a quorum is required without putting the formula in there. As a kind of way to make people understand that business can't be done with too few people, but not being too specific about how it is arrived at.
I just have a question because it seems generally, and maybe you can answer this, Gary, where it says presentation meetings will be scheduled in the evening. That seems, what I heard you say before was it's just for the meeting the day before the first session of the board meeting. Is it, am I misunderstanding that? Is it for any presentation?
That's the board section area there. So presentations for the boards will be in the evening. If there's some ambiguity on wording, okay, but like I said, it's just the board, it's just the boards that we're going to have evening presentation. If it turns out to be successful and we get a lot of public presentation, then down the line, we'll look at doing that for committees as well.
Okay, I was just looking at the paragraph before the bulleted section where it says presentation meetings will be in a hybrid format and will be scheduled in the evening, where it's not specifically referring to the full board in there, which I just wanted to clarify if committee meetings were also intended to have evening meetings too.
You've also heard the comment that maybe we take that hybrid format as conditions allow and add it to board work meetings and committee or committee of the whole and committee meetings as well, instead of limiting those to virtual, even though they will be virtual for the short term.
I'm wondering if just to be consistent with language, and maybe I've always called it this and it hasn't been consistent, but I always think of the board, I differentiate between committee and full board meeting. Instead of calling it board work meetings, could it just be full board meetings? Or am I misunderstanding?
Presentation meeting is also a full board meeting.
Yeah, I just feel like this could get confusing. For people trying to figure out what do I need to attend. It seems like the full board meeting is presentation discussion the next day.
I think that works, adding board there. Chris, you have a thought?
Do you want to say, have a short paragraph somewhere about IM teams? There's nothing in there about them, but they are an important part of what the board does. And although they meet irregularly and there's no set agenda, maybe these things could be said.
Maybe IM teams can meet at will.
Board can join. There's no limit on the number of teams you can be a part of.
Yeah, or just that they're excluded from the calendar because they don't need to be scheduled
right
through consensus.
But there could be a short, there could be a short paragraph on those.
Liz?
Can we also make a note for committee meetings where it says will be held in a virtual format, for having them be day-long meetings if they're in person? I think that's like the travel issue. Like it would be really silly to go over for 4 days and only be meeting in the afternoons. And potentially have a longer window if needed. And then the second thing I was going to say was it seems like this would be the place to have planning calls called out so that they can be added to the calendar too for agenda development. Thanks.
Nice.
More presentation meetings all squished together.
If we scroll back up one more, there was one other thing that came up that might be worth at least putting on here for tracking. For board presentation meetings, if there's advice to be considered, that advice could be presented during the afternoon of that day. So you can workshop it after the board presentation meeting's over. So really, if there's advice, those meetings would start at noon or 1 before the public shows up.
It also looks like we might want to add for board work meetings, so it's not just for discussion of presentation. I don't know how we would say it, Ruth, you would probably know, for discussion of presentation and consensus process for advice or something like that.
Is the goal there to only have a quorum required in that last 1 to 4 block?
Probably depends on when you want to adopt meeting minutes. You could have action items in either of those blocks, depending on how you design the meeting.
All right, do we need to talk about the board presentation meeting schedule? Or should we just skip down to the committee meeting schedule?
I just have a question for Gary. Are those topics, is the intention for those topics to be set in stone, or is there flexibility there for, you know, things that are happening?
Flexibility.
As I'm just to check. So it would be like the normal DOE, EPA, ecology updates plus another longer presentation on that topic by a contractor?
Yes.
The timing is such, so if those meetings are 5 to 7:30, so if 6:30 to 7:30 is the second topic, the contractor update, if you will, working backwards, that gives you your break between 6:15 and 6:30. That means the TPA agency updates, you've got an hour 15 for, and that includes discussion and question time.
Unless we went 2.5 hours without a break, which isn't unheard of.
Yeah, but
Tom, did you still want to consider committee committee reports in that evening?
I mean, it's a spot that
That is not the intent of the evening presentation meeting. It's to get through the meeting quicker for the public to be able to be a part of.
Yep.
Committees would be during the daytime. We're not going
Yeah.
to shove everything in the world into the evening time frame. It's not something that the public would really want to stick around for. So yeah, those are the things, committee reports during the day.
Yeah, my thought was that it would be good to let the public see what the HAB is following, not just what's being put out by the agencies, because it is a public board. But yeah, we could, if that doesn't work, it just thought like it would fit. But if we're doing 2 talks, that doesn't make sense. You're right.
It's that the 2.5 hours is actually snug for what's here, because the
Especially
agency
if there's any discussion.
yeah, and the agency updates never fit in 60 minutes. I mean, that could change, but right now that's not what's going on from a clock standpoint.
Should we recommend 7 to 8? So there's enough time for discussion and the public can participate.
Maybe the second talk isn't an hour long.
The other alternative.
Market, Ruth.
Flag for timing.
I mean, the current facilitator math on stuff like that is 20, 20, 20. 20 presentation, 20 regulatory perspectives, 20 open discussion. It never quite works out that way, but that's how I budget it going in. The agency updates, I have to go back and look, but they're nowhere near 20, 20, 20. And if you've got a virtual component, you really want to be taking a break every 60 to 90 minutes. 2 hours is too long in a virtual environment. In an in-person, going 90 minutes to 2 hours isn't so bad. In virtual, that's just really hard on people.
What about in a hybrid?
Hybrid, no, I will tell you, because I live in this world. Hybrid meetings go at the slowest pace of the 2 components, which means that hybrid meetings will go at the pace of online meetings so that you don't disenfranchise the people who are calling it. So the hybrid meetings won't go faster. I hate to tell you that, but that's just how it works.
Chris.
Chris?
You're muted.
On this 5 to 7:30 p.m. board presentation meetings, typically, let's say if DOE presents something for 20 minutes, EPA rarely has comments or commentary on it that goes longer than a couple minutes, and quite often ecology doesn't either. So it seems like unless there's some commitment from EPA and ecology to have some formality of presentation on the same topic, we could wind up with these board presentations meeting only be on the order of an hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half, given the discussion. And today, like on the topic, there wasn't much discussion from the, from RAP members on the topic. So that's something that might want to be considered. That could be an awful short board presentation meeting time.
It is true that the agency perspectives are often combined. EPA and ecology are often in the 10 to 20 minute range for the 2 of them, depending on the topic. The challenge is that the DOE updates sometimes run 40 to 50 minutes. The long ones truly are in the 45-minute range.
And I think that also if we're doing DOE updates more frequently, I think the update itself would be shorter.
Because I've budgeted for that and had the budget blown on multiple board occasions. and then we scramble. So the agencies I would recommend that the agencies actually pay a little more attention to the time constraints, because we don't do that at board meetings right now. They talk until they're done. And now I'm going to hang myself. Liz.
I'm just wondering, I'm just thinking through the public piece of this, because it's one thing to invite the public to observe the HAB versus making it more of a public meeting and making sure there's time for engagement, not just question and answer, which seems like that could add time to the meeting or potentially argue for a 5 to 8 window. So you have a half hour. I don't know that it would be an open forum, but I think it would be helpful to use that kind of, and maybe you probably need more than that, Ruth would know, to do like a, what are they called? The questions we have at the beginning, like we did with PIC and RAP today. Like how would you rate, yeah, or like how would you rate the icebreaker question that just gets more engagement. You hear from everyone, and there's lots of creative things you can do with, if you're in person, with something on the wall and people kind of putting feedback on the wall and you're reflecting on that. But it seems like there should be some consideration of how you're actually involving the public more than just Q&A, because sometimes people don't know what to ask, or you need an accessible question people can really grab to get that engagement.
And that's a big chunk of time if you have 100 people.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, the budget for a round robin at the board meeting is 37 seats times 2 minutes a seat is more than an hour. And
I think we're in the process of trying to figure out how to tie our shoes. I don't think we're yet at marathon.
Yeah, because and that's just seat by seat. That's not accounting for, do you want members and alternates to be able to participate? If you do that, the math is 75 people. That's all the primaries and all the alternates. It's 75 times a minute or 2 minutes.
And not even, allowing time for people to say, you're muted, because that always takes a lot more time than you think it will. The thing that I wanted to say is that, balancing the agency briefings, certainly DOE takes the most time, and the other two agencies oftentimes don't, would not be taking up 20 minutes. But in the end, we tell people that, that questions will be fielded at the end, which means the DOE waits through the other two briefings. And then really most of the questions and discussions come from that DOE portion. And we're almost never have enough time to talk about the questions that people have. As a matter of fact, we usually have to stop for the public comment period that is scheduled at the end of that time slot, even allowing for 20 minutes per the tri-agencies. So I think that we don't have to worry too much about using the time. And maybe we have things ready to go if it seems to be lagging, but it seems to me that we have always used the time mostly to be asking DOE questions.
And that's a good point. Where does the public comment fit in this format? I know Liz's idea was to engage the public, not the board. And if it's an hour and a half for just the board to talk, then that doesn't leave any time for the public to chime in.
It goes kind of back to the purpose of what you want these presentation meetings to be. If it's to share information with the public, that's one design. If it's to engage and hear from the public, that's a second design. If it's to hear, engage, and respond to the public, that's actually a third different type of design, all of which have different time prices.
And there's a fourth, which is to engage the public with the HAB, trying to drum up support to fill the board with public at large seats that are term limited and gonna be, it's sort of, there's 4 pieces.
So this particular timing, this 5 to 7:30, is timing for a traditional agency presentation, HAB Q&A, hope you don't run long scenario. From a facilitation perspective, not from a should you do it or not perspective. That's your decision. Because the other protocol that the HAB has used, is using right now, is if my little brother shows up to make public comment and he asks a question, he actually doesn't get an answer to that question at a HAB meeting. And periodically, the board debates whether it should be that way or some other way. But right now, public comment is one way, not a two-way. So if you make it a two-way conversation, 5 to 7:30 won't get you there from a time perspective.
Yeah. All right. So there's definitely some things to sand here and figure out what the purpose is and how it fits. And I guess there's going to be some discussion at the EIC workshop about that, I'm sure. Do we want to move down to RAP?
Board work meetings, committees as a whole, committees and proposed topics. So this is the short version.
Before we go to RAP, sorry.
Okay.
Committees of the whole. 3 hours is enough to get a presentation and get the conversation started. But 3 hours might not be sufficient for those.
Yeah, maybe one other point to that is I hear the intent being to make a more accessible format for people to jump in and do something. And I really like the idea of having more committees of the whole. But maybe there could be there's a 3-hour just informational piece, and then whoever has the time to stay, there's another hour or an hour or 90 minutes to discuss next steps, so that you don't lose what was generated there. And it could be a smaller meeting. So you don't have to be oh, you have to commit to 4.5 hours, and maybe that you just need one agency person there, instead of a huge team.
All right, RAP it is.
So I'm going to highlight these just so that you can.
Chris. Thanks.
Would it be worth putting a sentence in right below the committee meetings and proposed topics subheading that there's flexibility in altering the topics, particularly in the out months?
Gary, would it help to sort of focus these broad topics, or do you want to keep them broad? I mean, we could sort of game the whole year's worth of committee meetings and agendas if we wanted to, but is the goal here just to have sort of conversation prompts, or?
If you want to narrow them down a little bit, what you're particularly looking for, one of the things that I'm trying to get to is a model that we've started with the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board of having a couple of subject matter experts come with minimal slides, but be able to talk about multiple things within bounded topics so that and it worked really well when we did it with the OHCB at its last meeting, where we had 3 folks talking about TISCR, tanks, and DF law. And in fact, we're going to reprise that tomorrow during Tank Waste Committee meeting, where there's a minimal number of slides and more open dialogue as opposed to presentation, and talk about things within those scopes. I'd like to try to get to that where there's less work on presentations and having a data dump that way, as opposed to have a few slides to try to bound the conversation and then let questions and conversation develop from there. So a broader topic kind of helps there, but a couple of bullets to kind of go to show the direction where you want to go for that meeting. But if you then start to get to a laundry list of things, then you're getting back into a presentation, which is what we're trying to get away from and get more into conversation. So trying to figure out how to write that. Like I said, this is firmly placed in Jello. So the feedback is important for that.
Yeah, and having attended the OHCB meeting, I think it works really well when you have focused topics. It's tricky when you have something like RAP that sort of has a buckshot list of topics to address, because river and plateau is large. But Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, Gary, on one hand, I really like what you're trying to do in having a minimal number of slides and bringing in subject matter experts and having a conversational dialogue. The one of the concerns I might have about that, though, goes back to a lot of discussion in the PIC meeting yesterday, is that you run into a potential problem of having technical people talk to technical people and things getting very technical, where with slides you can simplify things quite a bit in the discussion. So I think that's something to keep in mind, because it's quite possible that your technical subject matter expert talks to a HAB technical subject matter expert, and a lot of people are going, huh? What are they talking about?
And that's a good point there, Chris. And what we're trying to do is get the conversation away from technical and more into the bigger picture, maybe the 10,000 foot level or 30,000 foot level. That's where policy is. Yes, understanding some of the weeds is good, but only touch the weeds every now and then and not live in the weeds. So trying to find that balance is it's evolving, but if we try to keep the conversation at a higher level and our subject matter experts keep steering the conversation up higher, I think that'll help. I barely can spell technical. So once you start talking about a lot of the chemistry and engineering and things like that, you're going to lose me. But if you tell me things in a big picture, that you don't want to drink water that's got X amount of stuff, then that means something to me. If you tell me that the water is purified to drinking standards, that means something to me. If you start throwing in all of the equations and want to talk about each and every little molecule in there, my eyes will glaze over and it's nap time. So,
Like geostatistics of carbon debt, huh?
yeah, trying to figure out where that happy medium is difficult. And yeah, and I don't have multiple PhDs, and there are some smart folks on this board who have PhDs for their PhDs, and I think you're one of them as well, whose big toe is smarter than a lot of people probably on your block. And I only have an MBA by comparison, and it's not anywhere close to engineering or chemistry. So trying to get that common ground in discussion is really where we're trying to get to, so that we can get the policy discussions. And we haven't been doing a very good job of that. And that's part of Brian Vance's strong desire, is to push us away from the weeds and more toward the policy and elevate the discussion. And it's going to take a little bit. And
I'll just
try to
throw
figure out the right
there.
way.
I'll just throw out there, we haven't been doing a very good job of much other than keeping afloat in this crazy pandemic world. I don't think you can judge anything based on the last 2 years, other than the fact that we've still gotten advice out. And if you're trying to grow policy level advice and using a farming analogy, you got to know what a weed is to be able to cut it out. But you have to actually identify it and talk about it first before you can say, yeah, that doesn't really belong here. But
I had a comment for this, just for the timing of, because we've talked about it a few times, but I'm not sure exactly how to put a note in about it. For, since the RAP is is like separated by 2 months. So having there be presentation and discussion combined in the same, so it may be that the schedule needs to be expanded. So it says October 4th, groundwater, blah, 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 November 8th, groundwater, blah, blah, blah. So there's like specific groundwater topics for each of those days, and then discussion. And the other piece, and I'm not sure if it would apply, but just having the openness to have 4 hours instead of 3. So you could have time for committee business too, or if there's advice consideration, just we might need more than 3 hours for those windows of time. And I don't know, Gary, if you would need that to be spelled out in here, that each, maybe you want it more general here, so you know you're going to be talking about groundwater at both of those meetings, or maybe it changes and there's discussion after it. But if we would need the specificity, then that's helpful to know, so we could put in the topics.
Yeah, Ruth is hammering away on comment bullets so that we can take comments here from all of the various committees and go from there.
I think it would be nice to add in there something on the prep tool. The what's that? It's a plateau risk elimination program tool, which is going to be rolling out in the near future, and going to be a decision tool. So it might be worth advice.
Is that right? Plateau remediation risk tool?
Plateau risk elimination tool. REP. Oh, plateau risk elimination program tool. Sorry.
Okay, anybody else want to add a word?
I don't know if that's groundwater, or I don't think it's probably more of one of the soil, maybe in January.
I had one more question, and this is more just from noticing how the cleanup priorities, the same people are in this cleanup priorities advice discussion like 20 times. That might be nice to just have a day set for that advice, and anyone who wants to participate goes. And obviously there's an issue manager team working it on the side, but it might be more efficient to do that.
Maybe one of those committee of the holes.
Yeah.
Chris, you've got a hand.
Chris?
You're muted if you're talking, Chris.
I don't see his camera. I'm wondering if he had to step away and.
Prior to 2 years ago, when I came on the Hanford board, has there ever been a presentation on exactly how the 200 West Pump and Treat works, how it handles the different types of contamination, what the limitations are, some of the problems it's had with reinjection of groundwater back, treated water back into the aquifer, so on and so forth?
I can respond to that.
Yeah,
I just
Pam,
wondered
jump
if
in.
there's ever been a presentation on it.
Wait a minute. We have had extensive presentations. We have toured the facility many times. We have been shown the equipment. They've told us how it works, and they've explained how cross-site transfers are bringing contaminated water to the facility. So don't presume that we have not been fully briefed. Thank you.
Yeah, we have, and also if you go on the tour with the HAB, 200 West Pump and Treat's usually a stop, and the guy who usually does the presentation, he wears a Virginia Tech hat, I don't remember his name, is really good at communicating all of the systems.
I'm just asking because there hadn't been anything in the last 2 years, and with all the new people coming on board, I thought again, this is one of the things you might want to keep iterating on.
And to Chris's comment, that's actually part of my long-range forecast, is to come up with a schedule of over 18 to 24 months or so, come up with, a topic that takes it down to basic as far as what does X do, how do you do it, and why do we do it, as part of the continuing Hanford 101 series that I'm trying to create. Because you're right, there are people who rotate on and off the board. And there's also folks who maybe have heard a presentation 5 years ago, and there's been some updates to that program, new technology, new ways of doing things, expanded capabilities. So, trying to come up with a drumbeat of, the Hanford 101 series that kind of comes on and kind of goes away for a couple of months, and try to come up with that drumbeat.
Which raises a good point. I mean, does it make sense to add maybe a couple lunchtime Hanford 101 webinars outside of committee week or full board week, just maybe one a month, just an enrichment type presentation? If we get it on the calendar, it might, become more real.
Let me see what kind of support that might bring.
Pam, I see your hand is up, and I wasn't sure if it was in response to Chris or if you had something else on your mind.
I took it down. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Jan, were you waving or did your hand go up? So the next chunk are EIC meetings. Almost every month. Some of them end up being more in depth than others, depending on the month.
Are those in committee week on the calendar?
No, they are.
They're
Is the
beige.
calendar in this document, or is it, okay, you kept, it's a separate document.
It's a separate document and
Okay, hang on a sec, let me pull
Yeah.
up calendar. Teams is driving me nuts. So calendar here, so EIC is that peach colored, like the week after committee week. It's sort of standing up, outstanding in its own field.
We might want to make it a different color. I didn't even notice it the first time. Just as, I don't know if you can put a note of like change the color, but
yes, you can put a note to change the color. That's what we're doing right now.
Actually, you can actually make it cross-hatched or dotted. You can give it texture as well. The thing that I'm going to work with Gary and my team is right now we work on a 2-week ahead, 2-week after lag for agendas and meeting summaries. Some months that works better than others. This calendar is going to probably require that we go to a 3-week spread. So I'll have to beg for a scope change. So for example, in October, if we use the 2-week spread, I've got to get agendas out committee week on top of facilitating committee week for the board meeting. And that could be awkward. So we'll have to juggle the prep so that materials get out in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll talk about the EIC meetings next week's EIC meeting. If we were going to do committee calls, though, in an ideal facilitation world, when we're trying to confirm that the agenda is moving forward as proposed, and we're just trying to make sure that all the framing questions are understood, what's the timing needs on that? Assuming that we're not going to be changing any talks, that the talks will already be set and agreed upon and all that.
So if we pretend, let's do April as an example. So the 2-week window, we would want to get it out the week of the 20th, all your materials out the week of the 20th. That would mean any agency presentation stuff would go back 1, 2, 3, 4 to the 20th of February. So you'd want the call to confirm April agendas probably the week of the 13th of February, like 2 months ahead.
So October and February and August will be committee week, followed by committee calls, followed by full board.
Yeah, that's what that means.
And hopefully, since I've got proposed agenda topics mapped out, it will eliminate some of those calls. So that we can get these agendas done well in advance instead of at the last minute trying to figure out what the heck are we doing.
But the SMEs have vacation scheduled for the time that they're supposed to be
Of
presenting.
course they do, and that's why I'm trying to line things out as far in advance, because my hair was on fire last week trying to come up with the agenda for this week that kind of hit the wall and did an ugly splatter. And on top of everything else that I was trying to go along with. So the further in advance that I can do things, the easier it is for everybody.
But what it does mean in tactical terms is committee calls for April can't be the 3rd week in March and be effective. Or we're all going to join the federal weight loss program for people with big butts. And I don't want your butts getting chewed.
I don't know if this would work, but since the committee meetings wouldn't be all day, I'm wondering if we could have a call, like just make sure there's an hour for each. You know, would it work to have an hour of the committee meeting be looking at the agenda for the next meeting so that you make sure framing questions and topics, or, oh, we need an extra hour for advice or whatever it is, then you would have it 2 months out.
We
Sort of what we
actually
tried to
have
do this year.
something on agendas right now. It's called committee business.
We usually don't have an agenda we're looking at. It would just be different, thinking through a little differently. So, and there might need
So,
to be.
so Liz, are you assuming that I would come with an agenda for the April meeting to the February meeting?
Or we'd have a template. So it'd be a blank. I mean, it's sounding like Gary wants to have the agendas built for the whole year on these topics ahead of time. That if there was a template, we would just fill it out or make a note that, I don't know that we would know, but if, say, we'll just take the groundwater topic, for example, we have the first meeting, we talk about groundwater. It's clear there's advice that we want to work on. You would know, oh, for the next meeting, we need to have an hour to review that advice. And then maybe you wouldn't need that call, but.
This is the template that exists in your work plan and has for the last year.
Yeah, I think if we add designated time at the end of every committee meeting, in addition to the 3-hour block, maybe an extra hour, maybe to talk through the next week's agenda. So it's basically have the committee call during the committee meeting like we're doing now, sort of. That would make things smoother, but it would require the SMEs to be on board a month plus in advance. And if that could be the case and SMEs were on board in a month in advance and we knew the talks were going to be ready, I think the trust and the stress would just increase and decrease accordingly.
So could I ask Gary a question about that?
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of confusion about how to get subject matter experts to brief us on things that we're interested to know about. And part of it is a sense that we don't want to give technical advice, that we're not being asked to give technical advice, but how does that line up against knowing information that we will need in order to give practical advice? So are you seeing this work plan as a way to make sure that the SMEs are lined up and ready to support our efforts to get out advice? Or are you asking that we give advice that doesn't require so much technical background?
Jan, very good question, and actually a little bit of both. We've got this framework for proposed topics so that we can forecast out and work with our SMEs to make sure we're not bumping up against other commitments. And the other is, yes, we are trying to get away from technical advice and get more toward policy. So it's actually somewhere in between. Let's see, and Ryan, I see your camera popped up. Do you have anything to add to the conversation?
Yeah, and thanks, Gary. I was just going to offer some perspective on my end. I echo some of the same frustrations a lot of us have, especially seeing last week where we're getting the agendas together 3 or 4 business days before a meeting. From a ecology standpoint, that's not sustainable for planning purposes, because it's kind of impossible for us to schedule out some of our SMEs less than a week before a meeting, just because of how busy some of our schedules are. So I agree with Gary. We need to see these agendas finalized further in advance, or at least have the topics identified further in advance, especially on it's easier for ecology and EPA. I don't want to speak for EPA, but historically from what I've seen, it's easier for ecology and EPA to get our SMEs around on a shorter timeline. Think 4 to 3 weeks out in advance, maybe even 2 weeks out in advance. versus DOE where, and I don't want to speak for Gary here, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but DOE needs to go through their approval chain, which can be pretty high, where it goes up to HQ and it can take up to 6 weeks to get a presentation together and approval set up. And I don't want to see any more topics getting dropped off of agendas at the last minute. And I think the best way to go about that is getting our agendas finalized sooner in advance, getting SMEs set up so that we have DOE's SMEs approved, the presentation's good to go, and we don't have to worry about getting topics dropped off at the last minute and continuing those frustrations.
Thank you.
Yes, what Ryan said.
I think it does mean, so if we can operate closer to a 2-month planning horizon, it does mean agencies having a sense of who is and is not available during committee week. Because if it's, we got to go check on that, which sometimes that's the answer. Sometimes the answer is I got to go find out. But if we don't close that loop and find out, then the 2-month planning horizon doesn't do us any good.
I agree, and I think Ruth, that's where we've had some conversations over the last week, kind of as a fallout from what happened last week with I know I talked with Gary and EPA about us being more collaborative and getting the SMEs and stuff figured out further in advance. That's a process we're working on the TPA end to make sure that we're closing the loop like you mentioned.
I had to do some serious groveling with an SME for tomorrow's meeting because that person had to reschedule multiple commitments because the agendas were so late. And
so I have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
So once we get an approved work plan with topics as incorporated into the work plan, Gary, do you see that DOE will be obligated to provide the designated support?
Jan, what I'm seeing is the probability of being able to deliver. And of course, everything is subject to change because schedules change, events change, and on site and things like that. What we're trying to do is lay things out for predictability. If something needs to change from one meeting to the next, that's not that big of a deal. Scratching things on short notice, that's a bigger deal, and we're trying to get away from that. So in essence, we're trying to line everything up so where we don't have cancellations at the last minute.
Thank you.
And Gary, can you offer some insight here? And I know you've talked about this before, but this work plan, the topics on the work plan, that can change. We can have some new topics pop up that aren't on the work plan depending how circumstances change, right? And that those are those topics that come up that aren't on the work plan, we could still do our best to get that set up, with enough lead time for DOE to get their SMEs together and approved, and ecology and EPA's folks. So yeah, that's my understanding, is that the work plan isn't, it's not set in stone for this is exactly what we're going to talk about for the next year.
Yeah, my vision that we have is right now we're in the jello phase. We're talking about things. We have a general idea of what it is that we're looking at and trying to agree to. As we get closer to the event, we then want to go from jello to maybe chicken wire, where we have a little bit of flexibility and still trying to make sure things are there. And at about 30 days to 3 weeks, that's when I want the rebar, so that we've got it pretty well locked down. We know what's happening, so that, I know that Ryan and I and Ruth and I know that Tom and Bob Suyama had our hair on fire collectively last week on top of everything else that was going on, it was an ugly week. It was no fun. And
I don't have a lot of hair.
And Tom doesn't have much hair. And he's got to borrow his hair from Chris.
Now
And
be careful.
you know, so we're trying to get more predictability here. So I greatly appreciate your comments, Jan.
And Gary, just to run on your analogy, what we're talking about here is having rebar 2 months out.
If I can get rebar 2 months out, I'll be happy.
Chris.
Yeah, Ruth, you need to be sure you get the words Jello, chicken wire, and rebar in there somewhere.
Okay, Josh, Jello and chicken and rebar.
Not rhubarb.
Rhubarb? No, rebar.
Rebar.
I'll have to eat my words.
Rebar prevents rhubarb.
No, that was last week.
Yeah, last week really was.
Okay, so I think we might be understanding that these topics are in Jello. Is there anything missing? We know that 3 needs to move to 2, the bullet.
Yeah.
Are 2 and 6 saying the same thing?
What is this section?
6, I
This
think.
is the actual work plan.
Is it a synopsis of the RAP work plan that's 8 pages long?
Yes.
Yeah. This is Cliff Notes version.
So there's no mention of true waste on this list.
So last year's work plan, we had true waste listed as a sub-bullet under Central Plateau characterization update. Which I see Central Plateau characterization update is not here, so that's missing.
So generally, I mean, the significant work is going on in the 324 building as well as WESF. So it seems like 324 update should be on this list.
And that would be covered under the site cleanup priorities. Kind of a catch-all.
And the status of removal remediation actions too.
And you could put those as bullets underneath that.
Thank you.
And I think it shows up in the list above. At least I thought it did.
Yeah, you're right. That's bullet number 1. You're exactly right. Thanks, Liz.
And for context, I just put our last year's work plan in the chat.
This is. And what was the other one I missed, guys? WESF is down there.
We might want to lose 6 or replace it with Central Plateau characterization update.
Well, every committee is going to be allowed to input, and it's fine. It doesn't have to be there. It can be an overarching.
Okay.
Every committee has that as part of its work plan.
Yeah, it's on all of
How in BOE's vision, how is that different than 2?
Well, you've got the cleanup priorities advice that was passed last month during the board meeting. And then, so that's that formal document that rolls up and goes up to headquarters. Cleanup priorities would be more localized as you're starting to dig into some of the particular projects itself.
Okay. Yeah, when we're cleaning this up, we could just take the bullets from last year's work plan and put them back on. To add the sort of clarity. See, Chris, you're in queue.
Thank you.
Yeah, as part of either 1, 2, or 7, could we have a bullet that says update on milestones being negotiated or in abeyance? That could possibly go in either any of several places, depending on how you want to define it.
And that's one of our framing questions that is a standing framing question for every talk too. Which I forgot to ask that about the 100K.
So do you want to leave it in the framing questions, or do you want to actually include it as well under 1, 2, or 6?
What if we put it under 1 and 7 and said milestone and schedule? How does that work for you, Chris?
Good.
Brian, do you have an answer for Liz?
Yeah, Liz, and for those of you who can't see the chat, Liz just asked, the only topic I was wondering about is the site-wide permit. But Ryan, you might know if that's going to come out next year. Liz, I don't have an update quite yet on the Rev 9 permit from my end. I do understand that it's going to be a topic of discussion at the upcoming HSEC meeting, which stands for Hanford Senior Executive Committee, which is a lot of the top level managers for the agencies. So I'm not too sure on that, and I understand that meeting is April 15th, but that's the last I heard was that they're going to be talking about that specific Rev 9 topic at that meeting. So I don't have a timeline or date yet on that one.
Thanks, Ryan. I just know for those who remember going through the last one, it was a lot of work for the board to sift through that and work on advice. So as long as it looks like there's flexibility to add meetings or a committee of the whole or something like that to talk about that and do a deep dive.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe we lock down a committee of the whole for that if it's going to be next year.
Note to self. Say that in English so I capture it.
Site-wide permit Rev 9.
Yeah, and I definitely, it's probably good to make a comment on it, but I'd also leave an asterisk on it since we're not 100% sure on timing at this time. But yeah, that's definitely, it's worth noting for now.
go back down here. You want to take a look at the cross cutters?
Yeah, let's do that.
Or are they done by committee? Oh, they're done by committee. I was thinking cleanup priorities advice. Sorry. Wrong document.
This has been extremely helpful, giving me and Jan what we need to get into the EIC workshop. So thank you everybody for your work on this. It's still open, so if anybody has more ideas or suggestions, or even after this Word document closes, you can certainly email us.
I just had a question about the outcome section. My understanding, just because this is not the first time it's been in this format, that if the board has advice, we could write advice. These are the topics that say advice are specifically topics that DOE is saying, please give us advice on these topics. And then other advice could come, but is that correct, Gary?
Yes.
And just one other question, because we're going to be doing, I'm not sure how this will work with tank waste and other committees, but for the topics, I could just see this getting outdated pretty quickly. And maybe that doesn't matter, or maybe this is a living document that's being updated. Just how do you see it being used, since there's topics, like there's dates and topics connected here? Do you have an idea of that, or maybe you have thoughts on it, Ruth, for just because I don't think
Good question. I'm not following your question yet.
Like, I'm wondering if this is seen as a living document, because topics could change. So say RAP saying we want these specific groundwater topics on October 4th and these on November 8th with a discussion following. Would that need to be in here and set, or if something changed, we would update it? Or is it meant to be more general and we kind of say, oh, we time stamped it, but we know it's going to change as the year goes on? There might be some.
You can remold Jello.
Yeah, I was going to say we're in the Jello phase right now, and as we go along and come up with some sub bullets on there, that's where we get to chicken wire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still in the time warp between Jello and what happened last week, which was we poured concrete over the rebar and then we had to tear it out.
Forgot the Portland cement.
Yeah. So I think figuring out when we need to freeze the specs, and when we actually need answers from whoever's SME we're picking on that week. I think sometimes what hurts us is we get our heart set on topic X, but we can't nail down even the SME, much less who's going to talk or present or provide the data. And when we get into that do loop of, can this person confirm, or can OMB finally approve of something, that's when our hair catches on fire. So if we can get chicken wire earlier, we won't have to do as much rebar.
Yeah, I guess my one question for Gary is, like, it would be hard if we said, okay, here's kind of our guess at what's going to happen, and then if a committee was like, oh, we really want this topic in 2 months, and then there's some, it gets, it's like, oh, well, you should have put it in your work plan. It's not there, so we're working to the work plan. I hear that there's an intent for flexibility, but just understanding like what format you'll want this in when it's approved at the leadership workshop. If more general is better, so that, like Ruth was saying, you have some flexibility to build those agendas around groundwater more specifically outside of this, or if you want as much in detail as possible up front. Like, I'm still not totally clear which one you want.
Sure, and let me kind of help out with that, is that we're not in the position to do Christmas shopping. We want to try to have a reasonable list of things, and instead of 20 items on a work plan, 5 items are far more useful. So that that's a reasonable expectation for both the agencies and the HAB to be able to work through. If you try to come up with a list of 12 and we get 3, is that failure? Maybe not, because maybe those were the 3 most important things that needed to be dealt with. So more is not necessarily better. What I'm trying to do is get to what are reasonable expectations, and what I can get to with the staff, and I know that and don't want to speak for Ryan and Roberto, but I'm sure there's probably similar considerations at their agencies where we think we can do something in March, but something doesn't quite work right, and then we're looking at having to shift things to May or June or something like that. So, trying to get the most important things up front, and then we can fill in as we have some time, because every now and then something does pop up where somebody has a suddenly hot topic that it wants to throw in that we do have a little bit of space for. So having a smaller, more focused work plan is easier to work toward than a massive list, if that's helpful. And Ryan, I like I said, I didn't want to speak for you. Is that generally correct for ecology? And then same question to Roberto or Jeff, whoever's on for EPA.
Jeff, are you on?
I don't think we have EPA right now.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to add to that, at least for now. I think I'll just echo some of my earlier comments that as long as DOE's got that flexibility that they were talking about, where some topics might not necessarily be listed in the work plan as they come up, I think if we have the flexibility to add them, time providing that we have enough time to add them to the agenda and get it through their approval process. Like I said, the work plan is just more of a gel. And I think it makes sense to have, and this is just more maybe from my personal perspective than ecology's perspective, is it might make more sense to not have a huge, broad, expansive work plan that's got 1,000 topics on it. I think as long as we're highlighting the most important topics that you guys most want us to see us talk about, it's easier for us to try and get our SMEs lined up and presentations together. So we definitely like to see, at least from my end, I think it's good for us to see the topics that matter the most to you guys with the work plan. And of course, as topics come up, we'll deal with those as they come up, because stuff happens.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It sounds like, just to summarize, general topics are helpful here, and then the more the specificity is going to go into the agenda building. So one topic, I don't know where it fits though, is and I don't know what the report's called, but like the wildlife monitoring, it might be under HSF. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It's been a while since we've had a briefing, or maybe we've had one and I just don't remember.
Environmental monitoring report or something like that?
Yeah, where it's like wildlife, like
Last briefing I remember on that was actually not at the HAB, but was at HRTC.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Ginger, do you know what committee that one might be on? That might be HSAT. If you're on still, Ginger.
No, I'm here. The wildlife monitoring. I can't remember anybody bringing that up. Gosh.
It's been a while since we've had a, I know there's a, I thought it was an annual report.
Yeah,
I don't know about an annual wildlife report. I do know, there's the annual groundwater monitoring report. That is a really good question. And
ask your trustee representative. I think the trustee council gets the annual wildlife stuff. I remember those briefings, but they weren't here. They were with the trustees.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I might just add, if that's a topic that any of the committees want to hear more about, again, I'm not sure if that's HSEP or who would be the best committee for that one, but I'll just throw the pitch out there. I know DOE's got their wildlife monitoring folks, but it could be an opportunity for us to bring in our some of the experts from U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Washington Fish and Wildlife. I know they came and spoke about Hanford Wildlife and monitoring it at our Let's Talk About Hanford event. So it just could be another opportunity to bring in some other agency experts on the topic. So I know that doesn't exactly fit into the RAP stuff, but just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, it might live more in HSEP. We're just remembering what the data was the last time I looked.
Okay. Chris.
Yeah, I know that MSA, I think they're HMSEC or whatever they're called now, whoever took over from MSA, there's a group in there which does yearly flora and fauna monitoring. And it's a year in, year out thing. And they report it, I believe, annually, and I think it appears in the annual environmental report, but I wouldn't swear to that. But there is a group that conducts annual flora and fauna monitoring at a large number of sites across Hanford.
Right. So has that wrapped up our work plan and calendar? Well, we didn't talk about the calendar, but I think the calendar is going to have to follow the work plan rather than the other way around.
Break would be appreciated.
All right. So let's take a break until 3 and then power through the last talk about what we're doing in August.
Oh, I thought we did that.
Just logistics and confirming things.
Okay.
It'll be a break and then a really short rehashing of something.
Okay.
One of these days when my dog's not sleeping, I have to show my dog.
All right. Well, it's 3 o'clock. We probably could have taken care of this before the break, but you know, if we need a break, we need a break. So if I just want to lay out what I think I hear we're doing in August. We have maybe a discussion of long-term stewardship signage. And we have an open forum and potentially a topic that comes out of the committee of the whole, which we'll meet in June to discuss. Hopefully Jan will be able to step in as chair. I haven't asked her yet. I won't be on the board officially.
Too
Jan,
late.
are you?
Oh.
Jan, are you willing to be chaired in August?
Say that again. What's the reason?
There's a membership gap. So my membership lapses at the end of June, and I won't be in the packet until October, starting up again. So there's everyone in the packet this year will have a membership gap.
Oh. Oh.
Which
Do
is
we have,
hopefully
is
the
that
last time.
mentioned in our work plan? Is that mentioned in our work plan that DOE needs to make sure that our packets get in with sufficient lead time?
It's implied.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to help wherever I can, absolutely. And I'm sorry that that has occurred.
Hey, Gary?
Yes, sir.
The clicking sound you hear is probably my keyboard when there's discussion, and I may be looking at on DOE.gov in the archives. So it may be me hitting keys, looking in the archives for things that have been brought up.
Maybe.
You'd be a fast typer if that was the case.
Does it sound like this?
It's not.
That sounds like keys. No, this is kind of, it's a little bit more electronic.
It's almost like a cooling fan in your computer that was tapping against the mic or something.
That's a good
Do you
one.
have a desktop or a laptop?
Well, I have a desktop, so it could be a cooling fan.
And there
now I
made
just
a little bit of sense. Yeah.
It's a pretty powerful gaming computer, which I don't game, but it's a pretty powerful computer. So it has 3 or 4 cooling fans in there.
That's probably it.
And I wonder, if maybe zapping it with something to blow out dust ever so often might help. Because your cat probably gets in there and plays games when you're sleeping. So let's blame the cat.
Okay, we're devolving. All right, so we have a plan for August. I know a lot of people have dropped off, and this is the last RAP meeting for a bunch of people, some of whom have been on the RAP since before there was a RAP. So I wanted to acknowledge everybody, but it looks like we lost a bunch of them because of the day. So maybe I'll send out an email to the committee. And it seems like it doesn't need to be said, but everybody always has a seat at the open table for RAP. And we welcome everybody for, the legacy of knowledge that we need to preserve in issue manager teams and everywhere. So appreciate everybody's attendance and really helping Jan and I for the leadership workshop. We're going to be in good shape, I think, making the case for what RAP needs this year. And unless there's anything else, it's a really fast coming back from break just to close out. But unless there's anything else that we're missing, I guess I'll give you back 55 minutes.
Yay.
Right in time for the hail to stop.
All right, well, go outside and don't get hit by hail. And we'll see you all at the committee of the whole, which is May 17th.
Or tomorrow if you just have to do this again.
Or yeah, I'm not going to be at Tanks or BCC, so.
We have Tanks tomorrow. We have HSEP Thursday morning and BCC Thursday afternoon.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thanks.
Very good.
Everybody.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Good one. Bye.